Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated items section of the agenda. If you have a printed materials you wish to give to the board members, you must provide them to the board recording secretary, Gary Rozier, or to me, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience please be respectful of others, remain socially distanced from each other, wearing a disposable cloth mask over your face, covering your mouth and your nose at all times, and remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? All right, now the time will. Let me give it a couple more seconds. The time is now 6:00 p.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending both in person and on a video conference. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. This meeting is being live streamed to the Distance YouTube channel, and a recording of the meeting will be uploaded to the district's webpage following the conclusion of this meeting. So good evening, board members. Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Dupree. With us this evening in person, we have Trustee Dr. Shirley Rose-Gilliam, Trustee Jim Rice, Trustee Gail James, and Trustee Angie Hanna. With us via video, we have Trustee Dave Rosenthal. Is our other trustee on video? Okay. All right, thank you. So just wanted to say good evening. All right, our first item on our agenda is our informational item. It's a board governance. It is item TA1, the 2021-22 PASA demographic update. Dr. Dupree?
Thank you, Madam President. We'll get right to business this evening. This is our annual demographic update that's performed by PASA, and that'll be immediately followed by our annual enrollment review. Generally, these reports are done in February, but due to some other tensions in scheduling the various agendas, we've had to push these to March. So we're eager to share this information with the board and the community this evening. Anthony, are you introducing the report? Or?
Yes, good evening. This evening we have Stacy Tapera and Justin Silvehi from PASA, and they'll be presenting our demographic update.
Ms. Helliger, are we talking? Is anybody talking?
Yes, Trustee Rosenthal, one moment. They're adjusting the microphones. If you can give us one moment, please.
I can't even hear anything.
Can you hear me, Mr. Rosenthal?
No, I can hear you guys. I can't hear the speaker.
Okay, one second. What is,
can you hear me now?
Barely.
You're going to need to just hold the microphone, Justin.
Yeah. What about now?
Barely.
Mr. Rosenthal, can you hear him?
Hello.
Mr. Rosenthal, can you?
I can barely hear.
You can barely hear him?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what about now?
A little better now.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, I'll try to talk loudly. Here we go. So we know that the district had a loss of 1.3% of enrollment from fall 19, but we know that was just actual enrollment. We actually had a loss of 3% from fall 19 to projection of fall 2020. And that's the more important number because we were projecting quite a few more students, of course, this school year than the last. We've had to assume in our projections that we will have an increase, at least 60 to 75% of those students that did not show up maybe students that were new to Fort Bend ISD that did not enroll, or students that had withdrawn or just didn't show up from last school year. We've assumed that there will be a big return. We have to. Now, we don't quite know what that number is going to look like. It's going to look different everywhere, and it will look different in different schools. But for our purposes, we believe they will come back. They may not all come back right at once. They may trickle in through the course of next school year, maybe the middle of next year. With how things are going lately, we're seeing more positive news. We believe many people are going to continue returning. You've already seen some of these students return at the elementary level. There's been an increase of 500 students from October to today. So that was factored in. But just remember that we project from October to October every year. We do that because that's your PEAM snapshot, official TEA snapshot date. So just because you've seen students enroll over the last 4 or 5 months, know that we factored that in. We do that every year, not just during a COVID pandemic. What we'll talk about today also are charter schools. I know that's on everyone's mind. We've gotten some questions about that. We'll get into details with that later, but we can't forget about the housing acceleration that happened this year as well. It's kind of an odd thing that happened in 2020, where we saw a housing acceleration at the same time of the pandemic. This district, along with almost every other high-growth school district in the state, saw a 40% increase in housing projections over projection. That's almost difficult to do. I couldn't even project for that normally, because normally it's tough to be just 5% off on the first year. But the low mortgage rates really caused that, and we'll get into that later as well. Maybe we can hit the next slide because this does not seem to be working. So sorry, guys. Okay, so as usual, I'm going to go through these really quick, these first few slides. Fort Bend, as of last school year, because we still have not received data from TEA yet, Fort Bend was number 4 in total enrollment for the Houston metro area. In terms of numeric change, Fort Bend remains number 5 in a 5-year growth span. So we're talking about 5,600 new students. You're still very high growth for the Houston metro area. Oops, okay, sorry about that. When the pandemic struck, of course, the Houston metro area lost almost 400,000 jobs. Over half of those have been recovered now. It's a lot slower rebound for this metro area due to the oil industry seeing impacts from COVID as well. The oil industry was already struggling before 2020. So this recovery is hitting Houston a little harder, but the jobs are coming back. That mortgage, what I alluded to earlier with the mortgage rates, really affects our housing projections. We can't forget about this. We saw historically low rates in all of 2020 from about April until December. Rates of 2.6, 2.7. It wasn't until just the last month they started creeping up again. So those low mortgage rates lured a lot of buyers into the housing market. If a school district had lots available, which you did, they all started being bought by builders. They all started building at the same time, basically in the spring of 2020. So again, we had a 40% increase in occupancies. Very tough to do that, but it happened. And we saw that apartment vacancies increased in the same time. What does that tell us? It tells us renters moved into the single-family market. A 1% increase in vacancies in apartments are thousands of people in this metro area. It aligns with the growth we saw in single-family this year. And another factor in this housing market was the fact that a lot of people did not move during 2020. So we had a really low inventory of new homes for would-be buyers. All of that led to that increase. We saw it here, but it didn't necessarily lead to the student increase, and we'll get to that in a minute. Luckily for the southwest suburbs, the energy job losses were really concentrated in the north, the Woodlands, Spring, that region. So that's good here. Also, local jobs here, we see a couple of really big Amazon facilities coming. I'm not even sure, one of them may have opened already. At Harlem and Belfort, and another one coming in Missouri City around the Fort Bend Parkway. And we can't forget that growth is going to really continue strong in the medical center. Life sciences, the city of Houston is pushing for to be their kind of technology life science hub in the med center. We had Texas A&M break ground recently on a huge project, medical schools / dorms, research. TMC 3 broke ground in January, proposing 20 to 25,000 jobs upon build out. A research facility and others are coming to that area. That's right up Fort Bend Parkway from this district. So here's your growth rates. You were steady up until this year because of COVID. So we're expecting that rebound, and it could be really strong, really fast. And one thing that we've noticed everywhere, not just in Fort Bend, the age group that, of course, did not show up were your pre-K, K, and then trickling into elementary schools. The higher you go, the less of an impact the pandemic had. In some districts, we actually had more high school students just because there was growth already planned due to higher enrollments. You were in the midst of a baby boom due to all the new housing and high birth rates over the last 4 years in this district. You still are, you just don't know it, or you didn't see it this year. In 2019, we saw that bump in kindergarten. It happened. We were expecting another bump this year, but it didn't due to COVID. So just know that that's still happening. Those people didn't really just dissolve. They just maybe stayed home. They went virtual. They got homeschooled for a year. We're still anticipating them to continue into school age. Now, the question is going to be, if there was a kindergartner who did not show up to Fort Bend schools, will they show up next year in kindergarten, or will they show up in first grade? That's something that you may need to think about. We've been telling a lot of our districts to consider. We just don't have that answer. Maybe you will as you start doing planning for next school year and parents start enrolling. But that's something to think about. Now, let's get to charter schools, because we know we've had a lot of questions about this. Every year we talk about it. This year we have a lot of new information as well. Of course, we also have a lot of questions. Fort Bend in 2019 had about 5.3% of their student population in charters, meaning 5.3% of all student-aged people in this district attended charter schools. It's an estimate from the state, but it's a pretty good one. You're not going to get a better one than that. It's pretty high, but there are districts around you that are higher, such as Alief at 14.9%. And that's just because that's where the charter schools are concentrated. Southwest Houston was really the epicenter of charter schools 25 years ago. Many of them had to pair with Houston ISD in order to actually get going back then. Of course, things have changed, and now they can cross boundaries. You're kind of on that county line, that school district line, so that's why a lot of those charters are here. We're seeing the expansion into the suburbs everywhere. But because you're in that Southwest Houston quadrant, you're a little more affected. A lot of these existing charters are already set up as a hub in this region. So let's take KIPP, for example. They've got their headquarters right outside your district. Well, it's easy for them to expand in this area. It doesn't mean that your schools are terrible and everyone wants to switch to charters. It's just people like them. And that's if wherever a charter plops down, we tend to find that about 60 to 70% of the students who enroll live within 3 miles. So that's what happens. The farther inside Fort Bend a charter puts itself down and puts a building in, the more students will enroll. So let's take a look real quick this year at our estimates. We estimate that about 88% roughly of students who live in this district attend Fort Bend ISD. Now, let's look at that other 12%. About 5.4% attend charters, about almost 4,900 now. About 4.8% attend private schools, and that private school number hasn't changed all that much over the last 6-7 years. It's been really hovering around that 5%. There just aren't as many new private schools being built in this region. Your private school number has always been high, one of the highest in the state, but it's been holding pretty steady. It's just been ticking up a tiny bit. Students attending other school districts such as Stafford, Houston, Lamar account for about 2% of your population. Let's talk about expansions. I want to get a few of the easy ones out of the way first. IDEA, they entered the Houston market this school year during COVID. The first 2 campuses are open in the northeast suburbs, northeast Houston area. They've got 2 more planned also in the northeast suburbs, farther out. So that's where they're really focusing. A lot of times these new charters, this is one from the Rio Grande Valley. They're one of the biggest in the state. They focus in an area, and this is what they're doing, obviously. They're focusing in the northeast suburbs. Not to say they won't one day jump this way, I don't know. They still have about 2 more campuses planned somewhere. Yes Prep, they're expanding. They're trying to get about 10,000 elementary students. They've expanded so far into 2 schools. They've got another 2 coming next year. They're putting these facilities where their current secondary schools already exist. So you're actually lucking out there. Fort Bend is not affected by Yes Prep all that much. There is one on the southwest side of Houston ISD where some of your students come from, but not many at all. The School of Science and Technology, it opened in 2018 with a very small class. It boomed last year when they built their new building. It is in the heart of Fort Bend. This is one of those I was talking about. If the charter gets put in the middle of your district, you're gonna get a lot of students that go to it. You may have never, these students may have never actually gone to Fort Bend schools. Most of these charters that open with just K or K1 first. This school opened with a little more. They already have over 850 students, and about 3/4 come from this district, just because it's geographically centered in Fort Bend. But here are some of the new ones. You have to be aware of these, and they're all focused. If you kind of think about the Home Depot at Belfort and Highway 6, draw a circle 3 miles around that, because that's where the rest of these are really focusing. Harmony, they purchased some land on Old Richmond Road on the county line. I don't know what their plans are, but it's probably going to be a school. Houston Classical, they just opened. It's a brand new charter. They were approved a couple of years ago on Attucks Claudine, just outside the district up in the north. That one is planning to continue expanding. That's in the Bush feeder. And KIPP, they opened their Florence Road primary. They're going to expand to a K-12 there. That's KIPP Journey. KIPP Mosaic is just outside the district, farther east off 90 at Hillcroft. They are also they're building their new building now. Another one over 12, maybe 12 to 1,500 students once it's built out. KIPP also purchased the old Aaron's warehouse, the Aaron's Furniture Warehouse at 15,022 Old Richmond. That's also in that Kempner, Bush, Austin feeder. So they're really focusing in that area. Those elementary schools there could be hit. Schools like Fleming, Town West. So that's really where they're focusing. Of course, we don't really know much else that's new beyond this. This is the time of year charters expand and put their amendments forth to TEA. We'll be getting those soon. You may have already received some of those. We may not exactly know where they're going to build yet. Let's get into housing. This is the most important thing for Fort Bend. It continues to be where you're seeing your student growth. If you're new to the board, I want to real quickly go over some of our methodology. I know we've got about 3 new board members. We split the district up into planning units. And what these are little geographic areas. We use your current attendance boundaries, all of your attendance boundaries, and we slice them up And we follow major roads and rivers and creeks, and we do this so that we can have small little planning areas to then build upon when we need to create new catchment areas for future schools. So for instance, up here in the north, Jordan Elementary is combined in 3 planning units, 8, 9, and 10. And so you could combine these and form any planning unit in this district. You'll find all of the housing projections and student projections laid out in this report by planning unit in chapters 2 and chapters 4. We contact cities. Every city has different land use subdivision regulations. They all have to approve developments that are happening in their jurisdictions, and you've got a lot of jurisdictions. Most of the development happening in your district today is happening in the Houston, Missouri City, and Arcola ETJs. ETJs are extraterritorial jurisdictions that these cities control subdivision regulations. A lot of it's also happening in Alvin now, but they're actually trying to get rid of their jurisdiction in this district, slowly move that over to places like Arcola and Missouri City. You barely have any land remaining to develop. That's the good news, I guess, in terms of chaos and school growth and constant growing pains, right? But the land that is left, some of it's unaccounted for. For instance, we still have about 3,000 acres down here in the south part of the district that, it could develop one day. We have some land along 90. We even have some land where the current prisons are, off Grand Parkway. All of this could develop if this land is sold off. The most likely tract to develop one day is the Bono tract. It's off Bissonnette. It's being surrounded, but the landowners are holding out. So these are tracts that are difficult to project for moving forward. Until someone moves on the land and wishes to sell, we don't really have any knowledge of when that will happen. But almost everything is accounted for and owned by developers or building out. This graph is interesting because these are housing starts. The blue bars are the actual number of homes started in this district, new homes, the last 5 years, and you actually went down in 2020. One of the few, and that's just because you're building out so rapidly. We knew this was going to occur very soon. It occurred really quickly in 2019 and 2020. This kind of peak housing, I call it. This low mortgage rate economy that we're in right now, it really helped exacerbate that. So the Houston metro area actually saw more housing starts in 2020, but Fort Bend saw fewer than the year prior. This chart is my absolute favorite in the entire presentation, and I'll tell you why in a second. But basically, it splits up the district into 3 regions. North, you can pretty much think of everything north of 59, kind of the central Missouri City Sugarland area, and then the south, everything in Siena and Arcola, the 521 region. It's showing you projected housing occupancies for the next 5 years annually for various developments, basically the big developments occurring in each region. But those subtotals are what is really important to me and I want you to focus on. And starting in the north, this is the most important one. You can see in 2020, the north part of your district had over 1,600 housing occupancies, very high. Look what happens in just 2 years. Those same developments are building out rapidly. We've been talking about this, but it really accelerated this year. So within 3 years, you go from 1,600 a year to almost none. In 3 years in the north, these neighborhoods like Aliana, Grand Mission, all these big developments that have been building for 10 years now are basically going to be built out. And there's really nothing to replace them up there. There is going to be residual multifamily development occurring, but it's not going to generate as many students as all these single-family homes. The central part of the district is still growing, but not so much also. In 4 to 5 years, a lot of these developments are building out as well. Think Riverstone and places like that. But it's that south part of the district, Siena, places like Glendale Lakes. We've been talking about these neighborhoods for a while now. And of course, in the last 3 years, they really boomed. But that number really retains itself. We're talking about 1,200 roughly homes a year throughout. toward the end of the projection period. So once you get past 2023, most of your growth is in the very southern tip of your district. Fort Bend is now second in terms of housing starts in Texas. Lamar took you over this year. Lamar surged. They had 1,600 more homes started this year than the year before. That's where all the lots are available. It's all moving west. Of the 21,000 single-family homes we're projecting in the next 10 years in Fort Bend, about 51% are all in that southern tip, the new sections of Sienna and the 521 corridor south of Highway 6. So a very small geography is encompassing half of your new housing. And the Fort Bend Parkway corridor is really starting to pick up and ramp up as well. Some of these developments that we've been monitoring, we knew they were coming, they're coming up as well. We have a new one called Olympia Falls off Lake Olympia Parkway, 450 lots. And there's another development that will essentially be the extension of Winfield Lakes. I don't know if they're going to call it that, but it's 500 acres along future Chimney Rock. You can expect that to kind of develop as Winfield Lakes builds out, over 1,500 lots. So let's look at projected new housing. It's a hotspot map right here. We show this every year. Each planning unit with over 250 homes to be occupied just by October of 2021, in the next year roughly since we put this together, are shown. So those red hotspots are hotspots for just this year. And you can see they're kind of scattered everywhere, in the far north along the Grand Parkway, and then in the south. Neighborhoods like, some of these are apartments. You can see that in red, we have some apartments labeled off Bel Air. There's a few in Sienna growing, Edison Lofts off Fuquay. But this is just 1 year. The 10-year map shows the hot spots in the south. And you can see there's still growth, of course, in the north, but all the red hot spots are all in the south. Sienna, Glendale Lakes, Caldwell Ranch is essentially the new part of Southern Colony. That's what we're referring to there. All of these developments are going to continue building out over the 10-year period. There's a lot of land left, and there are a lot of lots planned in this area. So when you look at single family, every blue bar here is showing the first 5 years of the projection period, and look how it's starting to really drop. Because remember what happens in the north part of the district, we lose all the single family in just a few years. There's no more left to build. So we're going from 1,400 roughly homes in the first 5 years of the projection period to less than 8,000. And most of those 8,000 will be in the south part of the district. Multifamily will continue at about the same pace that it has been annually. We're looking at overall about 12,000 to 13,000 multifamily units occupied in the next decade. That's very typical of a suburban school district that's maturing and building out. So still over 37,000 homes and apartments all combined to be occupied in the next 10 years in Fort Bend. So how does this relate to your current students? Well, we have to assign a ratio of how many students we're using students at those very young grades. And that's happened in other neighborhoods as well. But anyway, your overall district ratio is 0.52, varies by neighborhood. Your older neighborhoods might have lower ratios, your newer ones higher. And your apartments have about 0.37 per unit. Those ratios have been ticking downward a little bit. So we don't have as many students per home, and this is typical too in a maturing school district. Some neighborhoods in this district have very low ratios because the average age is 60 plus. And so you just don't have as many students. This is probably my second favorite slide of the entire presentation. This is showing you your recent enrollment growth in blue. Going back to 2016, you can see how you're creeping up toward 80,000 students. And that's the left side of the chart, those numbers. But those numbers on the right reflect two other variables. The red line are your total charter transfers. Look how you're increasing that as well. You're over, 4,500 now, total charter transfers. That yellow line are your new single-family home occupancies, and you can see that surge in 2019 and 2020. But the thing is, we're at that peak. We're really not anticipating any more growth in single-family housing. So from today onward, every year you should start seeing fewer and fewer new single-family homes occupied. And I mention all this because if that red line continues to increase, and we know the yellow line will continue to decrease because we just are running out of land, that could start to affect our projections moving forward, depending on how many students are moving into charter schools. So that's just something to think about as we move forward. We've had to think about that in your moderate and your lower growth scenarios. So again, we project to October of every school year. That's that TEA snapshot date. You always have lower enrollment on day one. It doesn't start leveling out until late September, early October. So all of our projections are using the moderate growth scenario. We also create a district-wide high and low growth, but we don't have those for individual campuses because it can be so wildly different. And sometimes it doesn't really amount to much difference at the very campus and grade level. But that moderate growth scenario is what all of our projections are for moving forward. And Stacy will get into that in a minute for your campuses. But this, I don't want to scare you, but this is what we show every year. We show our 10-year growth numbers. But we've had to show a very high surge in the first year, which is fall 2021, because you lost thousands of students, or you didn't necessarily lose them, they just didn't enroll, or they never enrolled to begin with because they were new and they came from another school district. Maybe they stayed in a online learning somewhere else for this year, who knows. But we're also dealing with 2 years of housing growth. We were projecting over, I believe it was 1,500 new students this last year in fall 2020. We had to think about that, those students who didn't show up, the students who withdrew, and then we've got to think about the students who are still moving here this school year. All these new homes still being built, that's also going to add to your enrollment. So it's essentially 2 years of growth being piled into 1 or 2 years. And those growth years are 2021 and 2022. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like fall 2021, but if 65 to 75% of your students do come back and do enroll in school next year, you could be looking at approximately 3,000 more kids. And I know it sounds like a lot, but remember, your low grades were gaining, and they have been for a while. And your kindergarten was kind of in a boom. You're in peak housing right now. So it's kind of a perfect storm. And so we could be looking at closer to 80,000 students next year. Look how quickly, though, it drops off. And I don't want to sound the alarm, but when you're looking into 2025, we could be back under 1,000 new students a year. You've been gaining so many young students for a while now. We're still anticipating them to work their way through the system. So we're not expecting a drop-off by any means, but you've been used to 1,000, 1,200 plus students every year new. That's going to slow down as that northern part of your district builds out. So in the latter half of the projection period, we kind of maintain that same pace of growth as the southern half of your district, or really just the southern tip, continues to build out. A lot of this in the very far out years here, 2027 through 30, I'll be honest, it's really going to depend on outliers, charter schools, things like that. I mean, you start having those come into the district, it's anybody's call there. But this is our best case scenario based on what we know today and based on past trends and future. So the 3 scenarios of growth look like this. Basically, the story is you're going to start slowing. The growth should start slowing within the next 3 to 4 years after this surge comes back. So by 2025, your moderate growth scenario looks like about 84,400 students. But you may still continue gaining. Well, you will continue gaining through the end of the period. Of course, that cone of uncertainty there it's quite large, in either direction. It's a little larger in that low growth direction. But that's what we're looking at. I think the next year or two will be interesting. It's a tough call regarding the pandemic and the rebound, but we've done our best. Looking at what our historical projections look like versus actual enrollment, because this is a question we always get. We went back to 2016. The blue bars are our low, moderate, and high growth projection. The red is what actually happened. And so you can see in 16, 17, very close to moderate growth. 2018, it was a little higher, but very, very close to high growth. 2019, we had the full day pre-K. That was a wild card. We did not know about that when we were projecting enrollments the fall prior. Had you removed that pre-K surge, we were, I think, within about 80 students of the moderate growth. And then in 2020, of course, the pandemic hit, so we were much, much lower than the low growth. No one could have called that. And unfortunately, that's where we are today. But with that, I'll let Stacy take over, and I'll be quiet for a little bit.
Thank you very much. You've heard a lot of information, and thank you for your patience, especially you new board members who are unaccustomed to all of this information from us. The details that Justin has gone through with you are all fascinating and important, but they are relevant to you only when you know how that relates to your existing schools and when and where those schools are going to run out of capacity or be over capacity. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is short-term planning for next year. And the reason I'm talking about this now is because after we finish, staff will be giving you the annual enrollment report. So I will be telling you how many students we are projecting next year at each school, and then they will be following up with staff's actions on how to accommodate. So to start off, we are looking at heat maps again for the rest of the presentation. So the red and the orange are high growth or high whatever we're looking at. But in this case, these are by attendance zones. So this map shows you the projected utilization of each elementary school next fall. Now I'm going to make a few important reminders. As Justin mentioned, these are all moderate growth scenario projections. Everything that you see from here until the end of the presentation will be moderate growth scenario. And the capacities that we're comparing to are only permanent capacities. No temporary buildings are included in these capacity numbers. So in this case, for example, the capacities include the New Meadows Elementary, the Madden expansion that should be finished in the summer, and the new Lakeview that should be finished in the middle of next year. So we are looking at anything orange and red is projected to be over 100% capacity next fall, and in the not surprising, the regions of the district that fall into that category. These are all of the numbers behind that data, so I won't belabor these. These are here for your reference to refer back to later. But I will mention that the growth at most schools between current enrollment in black and projected enrollment in blue for next fall, the growth at most schools is due to the factors that you just heard about. The assumption that the majority of students who stayed home due to health concerns will be returning next fall. The students who moved into the district but did not enroll will be returning, as well as the housing growth that is normally projected and has always been projected for this year. These numbers also include the establishment of the new Hunters Glen Early Literacy Center in the Marshall feeder zone. And that's included in the Hunters Glen numbers. So that explains that growth in enrollment. At the middle school level, the heat map looks similar in the far north and in the far south. At the middle school level, Thornton is the only middle school projected to be over 100% capacity, and that's only at 103%. And, oh, there we go. And the housing growth the growth that we see in Bowie and Crockett between this fall and next fall is due to new housing. You remember seeing those heat maps in the far north, as well as in Baines and Thornton in the far south. At the high school level, short term, I hate to push this button too many times. Can someone advance the slide, please? Thank you. So at the high school level, only Travis and Ridgepoint are both projected to exceed 100% utilization next year. Again, that's of permanent capacity. Travis at 107% and Ridgepoint at 116%. That 116% at Ridgepoint is similar to this year's utilization because these numbers take into account the cap and overflow between Ridgepoint and Hightower. So the new students projected to move into the Ridgepoint attendance zone outside of the 2-mile radius from the school will attend Hightower, and that's part of why you see such an increase in enrollment projected at Hightower. Hightower actually has a lot going on next year in that they will receive the overflow growth from Ridgepoint, and Hightower will also be adding a new grade to its P-TECH program, and so that accounts for some of that growth as well. So again, this is next year's numbers, and this will be followed up by a presentation from staff of the annual enrollment review. But for right now, I'm going to keep your attention for just a few more minutes and talk about long-term growth. So what happens after next year? Justin talked a lot about the next 10 years. So this map shows the projected growth in elementary students in each of those small planning units that he discussed throughout the district. The black lines are the elementary attendance zones, so you can see where the hot spots, which elementary schools are impacted by the hot spots of growth. And there's nothing surprising about the locations of these red and orange spots. They look very similar to the locations of the new housing maps, hotspot maps that you saw earlier. But how do these hotspots aggregate into students, and what kinds of numbers are we talking about here? Well, if you draw a catchment area, an arbitrary line around the hotspot in the north part of the district, within that purple boundary, we are projecting in the next 10 years an additional 2,000 students, elementary students, to move into that area in the north. In the south, in the catchment area drawn in the furthest south, over almost 4,900 new elementary students projected to live in that Sienna and 521 corridor, and also an additional 550 students in the Fort Bend Parkway area. So what does this mean? These numbers look a little bit scary, but how does this relate to the existing capacity in the district? Well, in the far north, I told you that 2,000 additional students are projected. That's 2,000 students, or growth of 2,000 students. However, the capacity that already exists within that purple boundary in the north is only 700 less than the projected students in 10 years. So even though I'm telling you that we're projecting 2,000 new students to move into that purple area, in the aggregate, we're adding up the capacities of all of those schools in the purple area, there is almost enough capacity currently for the projected number of students, but less, about 700 students. So we project sometime in the next 10 years that perhaps one elementary school can be utilized somewhere within that purple area. And this is a very high-level assessment because we don't want to get into the weeds of talking about attendance zones and who might be zoned to what school. We're just looking very high level to say in that quadrant of the district, in that area, perhaps one elementary school will be needed within 10 years. Of course, in the Riverstone area, we have an excess of 300 students, and so that school that is planned there can help relieve the current overcrowding of Commonwealth and Sullivan. In the Fort Bend Parkway area, we are projecting an excess of almost 500 students, and so the district could use the site owned in the Parks Edge area sometime in the next 10 years to accommodate those projected growth. But the theme of the night tonight, as you've already heard, is in the south and the growth that is happening in the south. So in that far south catchment area, we are projecting an excess of almost 4,000 students in 10 years above the combined capacity of those existing schools right now. So if nothing changed between now and next 10 years, there would be an extra 3,900 elementary students living in that southmost purple outline. At the middle school level, this is the same kind of hotspot map and in the same spots, but how does this compare, or how does this aggregate? In the far north, the capacities of Crockett, Hodges Bend, Garcia, and Bowie all combined, well, I'll get to that in a moment. In that area, we're projecting growth of 700 new students, and in the far south, in the Baines and Thornton current attendance zones, projecting almost 2,000 new students. But importantly, up in the far north, the capacities of Crockett plus Hodges Bend plus Garcia plus Bowie currently exceeds the projected number of students in 10 years that we are projecting. So I just told you we think 700 new middle school students will move into that northern area, but the existing capacity you have at those four schools combined is theoretically in excess of how many students. So with some rezoning or some program changes or other creative approaches, we do not recommend that another middle school is going to be necessary in the north, especially because of what Justin just talked about with the build out of the northern part of the district coming so soon. In the south, the combination of Baines and Thornton capacities compared to the projected students in 10 years, we're projecting about 1,300 excess students over those two capacities. So that equates to one new middle school in the south. And finally, at the high school level, again, the hot spots of growth are in the same regions of the area. And how does that compare to the capacities? I do need to mention that we've talked a lot about the north and the growth in the north, and I don't have that circled here because collectively, Travis plus Austin plus Bush, those capacities combined, there are 600 available seats approximately currently. We are projecting about 800 additional high school students in that region. So again, like the middle school situation, with program placement or rezoning, we feel like that an additional high school is not necessary in the north, that the projected population can be accommodated with the current capacity in that general region between those three schools. In the south, in the Ridgepoint and Hightower attendance zones combined, we are projecting 2,400 additional students beyond the students already living in that region. And remember, Justin just told us that 51% of the new houses projected to be built in the whole district are in that part, are in that area. So, so that's the equivalent of an entire high school that is projected to move in the next 10 years. So in summary, in the next 10 years, at the elementary level, we've got the Riverstone Elementary, in the Sienna and FM 51 corridor, we have the potential for up to 4 new elementary schools. A new elementary in the Park's Edge or Fort Bend Parkway area, as well as potentially one in the Northwest in the longer term. We have the projected population increase to support a new middle school in the Southeast, and the projected population increase to support a new high school in the Southeast as well. So with that, Justin and I can both take any questions that you might have.
Thank you all so much for your presentation. I just want a real quick question. The purple lines represent the, oh yes. Okay. Give my eyes a second to adjust. The purple lines represent the school boundaries?
Not necessarily. Those are catchment areas that we've drawn to, if it's compared to a capacity, then yes, it's a group of attendance zones. If it's, yes, and it always was. So yes, it's a group of attendance zones.
So those purple lines can really be drawn anywhere for the capacity ones. My mic is something's going on with my mic. I'm getting a lot of feedback. The purple lines are based on just a particular section in which you all determined to put the purple lines at. So the purple lines can be moved and vary however we want to draw it, correct?
Sure,
Okay,
sure. There's nothing
No scientific
sacred.
method around those purple lines. per
It was
se.
just a way for us to group growth and show you in this general area, this is how many students.
Okay, all right, thank you. So now at this time, I'm going to take some questions from our board members. I don't know who went first. Ms. James.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solhavy and Dr. Dempera, for an excellent presentation. It's very enlightening. I always enjoy all the numbers as well as the graphs and the maps and so forth. Can you address, or can you address, I'm wondering, how do the student losses in Fort Bend ISD, you estimated around 3,000 students from your projection. How does that compare to other districts, either in the region or in the state?
Yeah, I'll take it. You're pretty much in the middle, to be honest. It's a high number, but because, we were expecting the growth, but every district tended to lose between 1% and 5%. Very few were outside that area. I believe, do you have it in front of you? I can't remember the exact percentage Fort Bend lost this year. It would have been on the moderate growth scenario, Stacy. But I believe you fall somewhere in the middle, in the 3 to 4% range, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, everyone really lost about the same. Lamar, for example, just to take one, they didn't lose as many. But I believe that's just because they were affected by that housing surge way more than you were. They saw a 57% increase beyond projected housing. They had all those lots available to build, and everyone did. They chose to. So yeah, you were down 1.3% from actual. I believe you were about 3% because you add another 1,000 or so to that. So you were right in the middle. Right in the middle.
So we're average.
Very average.
Okay, and could you tell from the data, were there certain areas in the school district where the losses, and I use the term losses is in quotes, were more notable, or was it across the board, would you say?
We have tried very hard to study not just this district, but about 20 of our other clients that we've worked with since September. And we have tried to find meaning and trends, and there is just none to be found. Demographically, geographically, socioeconomically, there's no conclusion that we can draw except across the board, pre-K, kinder, first, some second grade. Everybody in the state is lower in those youngest grades, but other than that, we've really not been able to find any trends.
Okay, so there's, just like every year, there's no crystal ball.
Right, and one thing I wanted to add to that, we can't forget that we also we believe, based on data, that students in high-growth neighborhoods also did not show up. And that's important, and the only way we can tell that is because we keep track of those ratios, number of students per home. And in some of those high-growth neighborhoods, the ratio was much, much lower than it should be for a growing neighborhood, which tells us people moved in, but their students didn't enroll. And we believe that some of that may be related to online learning. Perhaps maybe they lived in an apartment, somewhere else in another district, and they just stayed at that school this year because it was convenient. Maybe they just stayed at home, who knows? But we noticed that as well.
In other words, we know those houses were built and occupied because we counted them. We have someone who drives and counts those houses. But when the students didn't show up at the schools, we can only assume these things that Justin just walked through.
Yeah, and that's a question mark, right? Because if they moved into homes in our area, but they're still missing, if across the board all the districts lost students, then they wouldn't necessarily have stayed enrolled in that other district. So it's a conundrum, and we don't really know the answer. And I'm just thinking about it. So when you showed a slide that showed some projected enrollments going forward, and it looked like you'd assigned some, I think you said that you'd assigned some of the recovered students back to these various schools. Could you explain that a little bit more, how you did this?
Sure. It was quite complicated because for every planning unit, we looked at how many students lived there last year, how many students are enrolled this year, how many new houses we projected to be built, how many houses were actually built and occupied, and then made a conclusion about how many students could be living in those newly occupied homes based on previous ratios of students per home. And so then we estimate that that's how many students could be living there now who could return or enroll next fall when they feel health, safety, and so forth. And so we have not assumed that every single student will return, but certainly the majority.
Yeah, I think I saw maybe 3/4 or something like that was the number that you used. And then, so just to put this in context, so do you have any knowledge, have the private schools around us, have the charter schools lost, again in quotes, lost, students at the same rate that the ISDs have, or has the trend been different in those schools?
Certainly the private schools report to us anecdotally that they have decreased in enrollment. In fact, I did a comparison of 26 private schools that we interviewed last year and interviewed this year have a loss of enrollment this year, and that on average was 19%. There were also 15 private schools who had an increase in enrollment this year, but that was only an increase of 5%. So yes, the private schools anecdotally are telling us that they are losing students also, but it's because of economic reasons, right? Those families are choosing to not fund a private education because of job losses or economic uncertainty. We do not have any information about whether those private school students are returning to the public school environment or if they are being homeschooled. We just don't know. And all of our information for private schools comes from interviewing one-on-one, one at a time, the private schools in the district.
Okay, thank you for that information. It's interesting. Well, it's like every school board trustee in the state, and probably everybody who's running a private school is wondering, where are the students? Where are the children? They haven't, as I think Mr. Solhavy said, they haven't just evaporated. We know that. So when will they come back? Where will they come back? And what will that look like? And so I appreciate very much the report and all the information. That concludes my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Mr. Rice?
Thank you, President Hayliger. Dr. Tapera, could you please return to the screen that showed the projected high school student growth? Could someone put that up there? I just wanted to ask a follow-up question to President Hayliger's question. If I'm looking at that, it's the projected high school student growth for 2021 to 2030.
Slide 47, Garrett.
I just want to make sure that, okay, yes, thank you. Whoops. So the question, I believe that the purple line is the outline of the combined attendance, current attendance boundary zones for Ridgepoint and Hightower.
That's correct.
That's correct. So what this slide is telling me is that by 2030, we will have an additional 2,400 students that need to attend within, if this attendance boundary zone remain the same. I believe we've got a high school under construction along FM 521, so that would help relieve that. And of course, there'll have to be some juggling of the attendance boundary zones because we'll have 3 schools in that area instead of 2. But that is what I can infer. This can be duplicated on the middle schools and the elementary schools as well, this particular slide. The slides for the elementary and middle school, the purple lines represent the current attendance boundary zones for the areas highlighted.
Each grade group has a slightly different purple outline.
Okay.
But for the high school, you are correct.
Okay.
2,400 new students projected in the current Ridgepoint and Hightower attendance zones.
Okay. The elementaries are similar, but not exactly
Similar,
that way?
yes.
Okay. And, okay, well, thank you for that. And I believe that these charter schools, certainly IDEA, Yes Prep, Harmony, KIP, already have licenses with the state, if you will, and thus they are really free to expand at their own discretion. They don't have to return to the TEA to get permission. Is that right?
Well, they do have to make amendments to expand. They're called expansion amendments. As long as the system has good standing with the state, they typically are awarded them, yes.
Okay. So at the moment, we don't have to worry about IDEA or Yes Prep, but School of Science and Technology, yes.
They're a wild card, I'll tell you. Didn't anticipate them to move in to Sugar Land, well, North Sugar Land, and they tend to kind of just appear randomly in the state. But that growth should slow down at that school since they've finished and they've pretty much expanded rapidly. Now, it's not to say they won't expand again somewhere else. I can't say that. There are a few other systems that are expanding. Of course, you might get to those in a second. KIP is expanding in the district, and that one will be one that affects you.
All right.
And Harmony as well. So, but
Yes.
Harmony's pretty steady at their growth, it seems like.
Pretty steady?
Pretty steady, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. It was an excellent report, easy to follow and understand. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. And I just wanted to follow up. The reason why I asked that, because the question about the purple lines, because tonight is just information about just what the enrollment is. It's not about how we put the lines together, but this purple lines can be drawn really anywhere we want to at that given time.
Correct. And I just wanted to say too, you know, that purple line is just basically where the growth is. That's the whole reason they're on there. But the growth isn't always in one school zone. Sometimes the growth is all in one, or rather, sometimes it's all in one. And then the neighboring may not have any. So the line is really just to show you a general area and what the capacity and utilization looks like.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Hand.
Thank you, President Helliger. I actually want to just follow up on Mr. Rice, the question he just asked about the high school projections, and I want to make sure I understand. The 2,400 plus that are projected 10 years out does not include the new high school that's being built off of 521?
The 2,400 plus is new students we project to move in, whether or not, wherever they go to school. In that purple area, we're projecting 2,400 new high school students.
Okay, so it does not include the new, okay, it does not include the new school. Okay, thank you. This is very interesting to read a PASA report from this seat. When I looked at the charter information, I noticed that there was very low percentage of students in Spring Branch. It was maybe 1.6 students go there to charters. And I was curious, and I don't mean to put you on the spot if you don't know this information, because we didn't see how many they were losing to private schools. And I wondered if we put those two numbers together, I'm just wondering if they're doing some kind of magic. So I guess my question is, do you happen to know what Spring Branch numbers for private school looks like?
Right. We do not.
Okay.
They are not our client.
Okay.
I guarantee you it's pretty high.
Well, I would guess
they have
I would
a lot,
guess so,
right.
but and it was very enlightening you sharing where the new charters
Sure.
are showing up, and that we have a lot of those here.
I could talk about charters a little better. You know, one reason they don't have the high percentage of charters in Spring Branch per se is just, it's mainly just geography. You know, you see it, the charters tend to, long ago they popped up in the center part of Houston. You know, they were really targeting more high poverty census tracts. That's what they did. Now that's expanded. Now the charters are there's kind of two types, right? The ones that still target the lower income households where schools are, you know, less desirable. But then there's another set of charters that have moved into a lot of the suburban or mostly suburban areas that are a little more high, you have a little more higher wealth ratios, and they're targeting more programs for families, maybe language programs, et cetera. Where you still aren't seeing the charters are in high wealth areas inside the city where land values are extremely high or rents are high. A charter can't just locate in an old Target if they're paying hundreds of dollars per square foot. They have to be able to locate somewhere where they can afford. And so that's one reason Spring Branch doesn't have as many charter schools. They're just not as desired in those areas. Families can afford to pay those higher private school tuitions.
Ms.
Okay.
Hannon, I would interject as well, just because I happen to actually have toured a couple of schools in Spring Branch a couple of years ago. They actually have partnerships with KIPP and Yes Prep, where they are hosting the charters in their schools and getting credit for the students. So they're not showing up in these numbers as they're showing up as Spring Branch kiddos, not charter numbers, but they have charters in at least one middle school and one high school.
Okay,
in
and
that
do those schools report with accountability as
They do.
also as Spring Branch?
And
Okay,
I'd have to go back and resurrect the details, but they have specialized agreements with those charters where it's very interesting because they both have a principal within the same building. And the kids track independently, but I think the accountability and the funding and everything, they all report as Spring Branch kids, is my understanding.
That would be interesting to learn a little more about, I think, especially the rate that charters are coming into our school district.
They do, and they're called contract charters with Houston ISD,
Okay.
just FYI. That's kind of the term they use as well.
Okay.
There's a map in here of all of your charters, where they're located. It's actually on page 232 of your report. So you can see there's kind of a hole in that area where there's no charters.
Okay. And I have one more question, and, everybody be patient with me. I just want, if you could explain in the big little binder that I used, a little wagon to get this in here tonight, there's not a page number, but it's projected resident, like 6 through 8 in high school and elementary. And then in this packet, we actually have projected, and I'm assuming you're including the academies, the P-TECH. So just as a new board member, help me understand the value in each of the separate ways you're showing me the number, the value of me having to make decisions that affect our kids later down the road.
Of course. As demographers, we project where students are going to live, right? And so the numbers that you see, the majority of the numbers in that book are the projected resident students, because that's where the students are going to live. Because of all of the transfers that happen with the academies, as you mentioned, et cetera. For next year's planning, for all of these great people planning in order to do their jobs and to be prepared for next year and staffing and so forth, they have to know how many students we're projected to walk in the door. And so there's a difference between residents and enrollment, as you just mentioned. We do not feel comfortable projecting enrollment long-term because so many things can change. You can decide to move a program somewhere, or you can open up a new early learning center like is happening last year and this year. And those affect those numbers drastically. And so, again, we project resident students every year for 10 years. And then as an additional layer of data on top of that, we look for next year at where we project those transfers to happen. We basically just age them 1 year forward and make some assumptions about the 9th grade and 6th grade and kinder and the incoming grades. And so that we can estimate enrollment for 1 year forward. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
It does. And I'm sure that Dr. Dupree or staff later, when we have a boundaries committee that is formed, if that is something that happens, then I could probably get a little more clarification on what that committee really looks at. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Gilliam?
And good evening. Love the presentation. Thank you. I see KIPP when I'm going down the brand-new building, Beltway 8 and Highway 90. How is that going to hit us pretty hard on the east side with Willow Ridge and Marshall, as well as any idea about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Based on other KIPP schools in that area, that's what we've had to use. So KIPP has a lot of schools in that southwest Houston ISD area. Let me look it up, but I believe we've kind of projected somewhere between a 10 and 20% enrollment from Fort Bend. So not dramatic, but you could still get some that do enroll, because it is at Hillcroft. It's
And then
pretty close.
depending on, I see Marshall possibly more. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's closer. Again,
It's closer.
it's all about geography. We don't know where they're gonna build them, but when we know, we can pretty much draw that 5-mile circle,
Okay.
and that's where you can pinpoint.
And
them.
then what grades will be at that KIPP?
All these new KIPP schools will be K-12 eventually.
K-12.
They don't always start that way, but they eventually do make it that way. So usually they start with about a K2. They might then open their secondary with 6th grade.
Okay.
When that does open. So that one, which will be KIPP Mosaic at 90 in Hillcroft, we're projecting, oh gosh, in 5 years, they could have upwards of 1,300, but fewer than 200, somewhere between 150 and 200. So yeah, again, roughly 15-20% could come from Fort Bend.
Also, the way they phase in the grades means that any Fort Bend school won't see a dramatic decline in 1 year because it's just 1 or 2 grades at a time. It's getting back to the point that we've talked about a lot. It's not necessarily pulling students out of Fort Bend schools, but it's students that just don't enter Fort Bend schools, pre-K and kindergartners who would have otherwise enrolled in Fort Bend, but instead are enrolling in a charter, and then Fort Bend just never sees them.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, did you have a question?
No, I did not have a question.
Okay, I thought you probably get my attention. Okay, thanks. Mr. Rice?
Thank you, President Haliger. I just wanted to I have a couple of questions and a comment. Dr. Dupree, can you help me remember how are charter schools raising money to build these new buildings? That's my question. Is the state giving them money to help them build these new buildings?
Yes, it's part of their funding formula at the state, which is not provided to public schools.
Okay. And that is something somewhat relatively new, isn't it?
I'm not sure when they began to do that.
Okay. So I understand the threat that charters do pose, and I don't know why, Mr. Solhavy, I take your word for it, that people want to go there. But charter schools do not have publicly elected trustees, as Fort Bend ISD has. And so in my mind, that is taxation without representation. There are no locally elected officials to provide input from the community to the owners of the for-profit charter schools. I understand they do have trustees, but they are appointed. They are not elected. And that's a pretty big distinction. And I really don't understand why we need to have 2 different school systems. This is just a philosophical statement in this country, other than we've always had private schools and parochial schools, and they should be allowed to continue. But I really take exception to the notion that the state is going to fund charter schools and even provide money for them to build schools where we already have schools. So I just wanted to say that. I've been saying that for a long time, and the legislature's not listening to me. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. I think that also answers my question around the charter school within a public school that you talked about in spring. I was wondering how that was actually going to be funded, but I think that answers my question.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Well, in that case, it's the district actually pays the charter school directly because they're getting ADA funding for the students as district students, and then they have a contract with the charter to pay them. So it is it's a contractual arrangement.
Okay. Did you have a comment? Another comment?
I just had a couple of closing things I wanted to share.
Okay, sure, go ahead. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Dupree.
If the board doesn't mind, just based on some of the questions, and I'm going to ask Gary, if you go back to slide last few years in Fort Bend, one of the reasons we are really expanding the Early Literacy Center is certainly for academic achievement purposes in both the Willow Ridge and Marshall feeder patterns, and we have plans to expand that in the northern region of the district. It is for academic reasons, but we also strategically believe if we can get those students to engage with us when they're babies in the ELC, they will stay with us and matriculate, because as Dr. DePera mentioned, if they start the charter as pre-K and K, they're likely to stay there. So our goal is to get these strong, the Ridgemont is an excellent model of success, and we believe Hunter's Glen is going to be the same. So that's one of our strategies, is to really help recapture students very purposefully in a strong early learning environment. The other thing I wanted to reference too, in light of, on slide 48, Gary, please. It's the one that says long-range plan summary. I just wanted to point out for our new trustees and for the audience, if on this list of schools, I am on the other presentation, Gary, the PASA presentation. It talks about, it's got new elementaries, new middle, and high school. I wanted to point out is that the new elementary in Riverstone is in process and about to break ground. We will need the district will need a bond for the 4 elementary schools. The Park's Edge is funded in the 2018 bond, so that's money is in the bank for that school. And then the new elementary in the Northwest would need to be funded through an upcoming bond as well. So it's a total of 5 elementaries that would need to be funded in a bond at some point in the next 10 years. The new middle school is under design through the 2018 bond, and construction of that school would have to be funded from a future bond, but it is underway. And then, of course, the high school is already under construction. So I feel very positive about the planning that's gone up and put in place over the last 8 years to prepare us for the future, which is why we value our relationship with PASA, because they consistently give us reliable information that has really helped us, along with cooperative strategies and, of course, our outstanding staff, really plan long range for the district in a very constructive and positive way. So I thank you for the partnership, and I just wanted to close. So the board, Anthony's going to talk a little bit about some of this, but I thought this was a good way to kind of transition to the next report.
All right, thank you.
I had a quick question, Addie.
What? Ms. Williams?
Yes, I had a quick question for Dr. Dupree. Where is the middle school going to be built? Is that going to be in the, what feeder pattern?
It's intended to be in the high tower feeder pattern.
In the high tower feeder pattern?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Endocotto?
Okay, Gary, if you could bring up our annual enrollment review presentation, please. Okay, well, good evening, President Haliger, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Dupree. We are excited this evening to share with you the annual enrollment review and recommendations to manage enrollment for the upcoming school year. Next slide, please, Gary. So an overview of our presentation this evening includes the following: the annual enrollment review and over-under utilization strategies, as well as long-range considerations, which includes the 2021 update to the Facilities Master Plan, community planning, and proposed future work with our School Boundary Oversight Committee. The long-range considerations will be discussed at a high-level overview this evening, with a deeper discussion scheduled for later this spring. There is both a science and an art involved in the annual enrollment review process. The science involves the numbers, which you've already started hearing this evening from the demographic report provided by PASA, and the projected student enrollment for next school year. PASA has worked with the district for a number of years and annually provides us with low growth, moderate growth, and high growth scenarios that the district reviews and then determines which it is most appropriate to plan from. We also reviewed the current student enrollment and the current and projected building utilization at each campus. We also have policy, which helps guide this work. This includes policy CT local, facilities planning, and FC local, school attendance areas. The art involved in this process is providing the campuses a voice through collaborative discussions with the campus principals and multiple district departments to help us understand unique campus needs that may not be reflected in the numbers. This engagement with the campus principal is critical in arriving at the most appropriate recommendation. In summary, the heart of our annual enrollment review includes both the art and the science to provide the most appropriate recommendation that considers campus needs to maintain students receiving a high-quality education, as mentioned in CT Local, and also being fiscally responsible. As we begin our annual enrollment review, it is important that we explain the assumptions and the data that guided our work and assisted us in arriving at the enrollment management recommendations we are bringing to you this evening. So first, the PASA moderate growth projected enrollment was used when determining the recommendations presented to you this evening. And as mentioned, PASA had an assumption that 75% of Fort Bend students not recovered this year will return to Fort Bend next year. That 75% amounts to approximately 2,300 students. This includes students enrolled last year that did not return this year, and anticipated new enrollment that did not enroll this year. Also, recommendations were made under the assumption that next year all students return face-to-face and under current social distancing protocols. The last bullet on this slide is important to understand, as this is the most challenging threshold to meet for next year, that being that all students would be face-to-face in the building, and we would be operating under the social distancing protocols which provide more space for each student. This was a strategic decision staff made to be able to place our campuses in the most prepared position next year to support effective instruction. In addition, we continue to receive updated guidance from the CDC and local health officials regarding COVID and recommendations. We currently have a cross-functional department team working on plans for next year, and as those decisions are finalized, we will revisit the building utilization for schools to help ensure they're in a position to excel next year. So regarding our process is intentional and collaborative as staff worked to arrive at the enrollment management recommendations we're bringing to you this evening. It is important to note that we have learned much this year as a result of the pandemic, and so we have reviewed all campuses through the lens of both functional capacity and social distancing capacity. On an upcoming slide with the aid of visual, I will define these two terms. Our campus engagement began with all principals meeting with PASA in the fall semester through a webinar to share any questions or concerns about their projected enrollment for next school year. Any campus that is projected at 100% utilization or higher for either functional capacity or social distancing capacity for next year then received a collaborative, multi-step review involving multiple district departments and the campus principal. So this graph outlines the multi-step review process. It included the following. First, the Department of School Leadership walked the campus and talked with the principal about any unique needs that may not surface by strictly looking at the numbers. This is critically important as we value campus principals and their perspective on what is reasonable to ensure the school can function well. This is an example of the art that helps keep an appropriate balance to the science in this work. Secondly, Operations Department then walked the campus and surveyed the site for the capacity of additional temporary buildings if this was a possible recommendation or need. Thirdly, the Department of School Leadership, Collaborative Communities, and Operations then reviewed the data, the campus walk findings, and arrived at a preliminary recommendation. Then Collaborative Communities coordinated with our special ed department, our bilingual department, and our pre-K department leaders to ensure additional programs were not scheduled to be added to these campuses already projecting a higher utilization. Lastly, Collaborative Communities followed up again with each principal, shared the recommendation that was scheduled to be presented to you tonight, and made sure there were no concerns that had not already been addressed or responded to. So in terms of managing enrollment, as a reminder, Policy FC Local discusses managing enrollment and under the following authority. So board authority is adjusting attendance boundaries, choosing to consolidate or close a school, and constructing a new school or an addition to a school. Under superintendent authority, limiting or encouraging student transfers, locating or relocating programs, utilizing portable classrooms, also known as T-buildings, and capping enrollment, also known as cap and overflow. Another factor that impacts recommendations is if the district will continue with virtual learning next year. Again, there is a cross-departmental team working through this and will bring forth a recommendation at an upcoming board meeting. This slide represents a visual on how functional capacity and social distancing capacity look in a building. The same floor plan is shown twice, once on the left and once on the right. Functional capacity is defined as the capacity of a campus based on the way we are utilizing the campus and or functioning within the campus. The left side depicts how functional capacity is used, and the blue indicates classroom spaces used for instruction. The social distancing capacity is on the right-hand side, and this is a new capacity as a result of the pandemic. Social distancing capacity is defined as the capacity of a campus based on square footage utilization per student. Design and construction calculated the number of students that would fit at each school based on social distancing guidelines as followed by the district. Campus administration was involved in the determination of additional space beyond classrooms that was available for teaching. The spaces not included when determining social distancing capacity include the cafeteria, library, gyms, and teacher workrooms. In addition, collaborative spaces, oftentimes found near classrooms, sometimes referred to as pods, are also not a part of this capacity. This was intentional to allow campuses some flexibility when teaching students. Smaller enclosed spaces, sometimes referred to as pull-out spaces, are included in the social distancing capacity. The visual on the right depicts how social distancing could impact a building. The additional areas shown in yellow are areas that could be used for instruction. This can include pull-out spaces and other spaces on the campus based on the floor plan. So depending on the floor plan of the campus and the additional spaces that could support instruction, the social distancing utilization in a building could increase, remain flat, or decrease. In this particular example, since there are multiple additional spaces or yellow areas that could support instruction, the social distancing capacity is lower, here it's listed at 74%, than the functional capacity of 88%, as the additional spaces available outpace the footage required for social distancing requirements. The next two slides list our recommendations to continue to manage enrollment for the next school year. We would continue to limit student transfers to special circumstance transfers, recruit and retain charter school students back to Fort Bend ISD, continue the cap and overflow at Commonwealth to Settlers Way until the opening of Elementary School 53, continue the cap and overflow at Heritage Rose to Scanlon Oaks until the opening of Elementary School 54, and continue the cap and overflow at Siena Crossing to Schiff until the opening of Elementary School 55. In addition, we would continue the cap and overflow to Hightower High School for new students moving into the Ridgepoint High School attendance boundary, living outside of the established 2 miles, until a new attendance boundary is activated with the opening of the new high school. We would also relocate Lakeview students from Sugar Mill to Barrington Place for the 2021 fall semester before moving into the new Lakeview school January of 22. Also use or relocate portable classroom buildings to manage over and underutilization at identified schools. So this table shows the anticipated receiving and releasing of T buildings based on finalizing program movement and the district decision regarding learning models next year. The left side lists campuses scheduled to receive T buildings, and the right side lists campuses that will not retain T buildings due to underutilization. As we begin to talk about specific campuses on the following slides, I would like to place this work in the context of a timeline, and Dr. Dupree already alluded to some of this. Staff collaborated and worked on this presentation in December and January, with the expectation it would be presented in February. That was shifted to March, and then the very end of this past spring break, CDC came out with new guidelines talking about 3 feet of social distancing as a possibility. So at this point, we feel the need to continue to follow up with our review of schools after we hear the plan for next school year. And so this is we can ensure that our campuses have what they need to be successful and at the same time being fiscally responsible. Okay, we'll see a number of slides very similar to this one, so I would like to take a moment just to kind of explain how to understand this slide. At the top, it states the area, and this is the Northwest area. We're listing campuses that are projecting an over-utilization, and again, that means either for functional and or social distancing, they're projecting a 100% utilization or higher. So, for example, we'll go along the first row, which is Malala Elementary. You'll notice in the left-hand column, it states the recommendation in parentheses. So we're recommending adding 2 T buildings to Malala Elementary, which would bring it to a total of 2 T buildings on the campus. The next 2 columns talk about the capacity and the projection for next school year. So functional capacity, Malala is listed at 110%, and social distancing at 83%. If we then shift on that same row from Malala all the way to the right, it then shows what the utilization would be with the recommendation. So in this example, when we add 2 T buildings to Malala Elementary, it drops their functional capacity from 110 to 101, and their social distancing down to 79%. Moving on to the next 2 schools, Neo Elementary, we're recommending adding 1 T building. That would be a total of 3. And they also have a 12 classroom addition. That would drop their functional utilization from 102 to 98 once the recommendation of adding a T building occurs. And social distancing would drop them from 101 to 98. And again, the ideal utilization per policy is between 80 to 100% utilization. And so that's the goal we're trying to achieve. Pecan Grove Elementary School, adding 2 T buildings, which would bring a total of 4 on the campus, would move their functional capacity from 97 to 87, and 104 under social distancing to 96. Still in the Northwest area, we have campuses that are overutilized. So at Seguin, we're recommending adding 1 T building. That would be a total of 1 on the campus. And you can see how for both functional and social, with that recommendation, that brings them under 100%. The next 3 schools are secondary campuses, Bowie, Garcia, and Travis. And for the most part, you can see they're either right under 100% or a little bit over. And so we have an asterisk, you'll notice, by each of those schools in the left-hand column. That asterisk at the bottom is pending further review based on the return to school plan for next year. Again, we want to ensure that we provide the campuses what they need to be successful while also being fiscally responsible and seeing that they're just on the threshold. And then again, with new guidance from CDC, we want to wait and see the return to school plan after it's presented to you, and then we'll revisit these campuses to make sure they have what they need and be fiscally responsible. This slide shows the underutilized campuses in the Northwest area, and again, that means they have a utilization under 80%. Moving to the central area, again, back to overutilization. We have Commonwealth. Again, we have the cap and overflow already in place, heading to Settlers Way, and that will continue. Notice the functional capacity and social distancing are higher, 110 and 117%. We did have lengthy conversations with the principal, and under functional capacity, the principal says the campus is functioning well and that they can continue as they are under functional. If we're at a 6 feet social distancing, that poses a challenge, and we would continue to work to support them. Settlers Way, as mentioned, is the cap and overflow for Commonwealth. We're recommending adding 2 T buildings. That'd be a total of 5. And then you can see how that drops their functional from 96 to 88, and social distancing 112 to just a little over 100. This slide again is overutilization in the central area. So for Sullivan Elementary, they received 3 T buildings last year, and in discussions with the principal, she states that the campus is operating well and does not need additional T buildings. The projected enrollment of students for Sullivan next year is a decrease of 42 students. I need to go back. I failed to mention for Commonwealth, even though those numbers are high, when we look at next year, the total projected increase of students for Commonwealth is 25 students. All right, so continuing on this slide, we have 2 middle schools, First Colony and Fort Settlement. Again, you can see a little over 100 under the social distancing because it's more space per child. And again, we want to wait and see the return to school plan to see what the utilization would look like under that plan before we make any other decisions to support the campus. Overutilization for the central area, we have two high schools, Dulles and Elkins. Dulles, you can see, is kind of nearing 100 or a little bit over based on social distancing. Elkins, we are recommending adding 3 T buildings for a total of 8. And you can see that helps them by dropping their functional capacity from 105 to 99. And then it also lowers their social distancing. Again, both these campuses have an asterisk, meaning we would further review, once again, their utilization after we see the return to school plan for next year. This slide shows the underutilized campuses in the central area. Again, that means their utilization is under 80%. And we near the hot spot, as PASA showed on their presentation this evening, the southeast area of the district, overutilization. We have Heritage Rose. Right now we have cap and overflow, which we would continue to Scanlon Oaks. We're recommending adding 2 T buildings for a total of 11. And you can see by adding those 2 T buildings, it drops both their utilizations to under 100% to better support the campus. Leonetti adding 5 T buildings, a total of 9. And again, that drops their utilization under both scenarios to under 100%. Palmer adding 1 T building, that'd be a total of 1, and it gets them a little closer to right at 100%. This slide continues with overutilization for the southeast area. In talking with the parks principal, she stated a T building is not needed at this time. Because social distancing is just over 100%, we will keep an eye on this campus. But again, it's important to have those conversations with the principal to make sure we have a good understanding of how well they're operating. Schiff Elementary, we would continue for them being the cap and overflow to support Sienna Crossing, therefore adding 2 T buildings for a total of 2. And you can see how that puts them under 104% at functional to now at 94. Sienna Crossing, again, is having cap and overflow students to Schiff, and that's holding firm right at around 100%. Continuing with our southeast area, Thornton Middle School, we're recommending adding 4 T buildings for a total of 4. You can see how that drops them from 113 and 108 to under 100 under both scenarios. Hightower High School is the cap and overflow for Ridgepoint. There's an asterisk there just to kind of keep an eye on them. Notice how their social distancing is right around 100%. And then Ridgepoint High School, the cap and overflow is working to Hightower. They're holding firm right around 100%. This slide lists the underutilized campuses in the southeast area. And again, campuses under 80% utilization. There's been a lot of discussion this evening already about charter schools and how the district is working to mitigate that. And so we have partnered with CAISA with student retention and recruitment. So this slide represents feeder patterns that are selected as part of our recruitment and retention of students through our agreement with CAISA. Staff had a data-driven protocol that helped determine the selection based on feeder patterns with the greatest loss of students. In addition, we are expanding our efforts by increasing the number of schools receiving recruitment support from 32 campuses last year to 48 campuses this year to yield greater returns for Fort Bend ISD. The PASA presentation alluded to some of this, but the majority of our student losses to charters come from the Bush, Marshall, and Willow Ridge feeder patterns. In addition, the largest increase of student losses in the last 3 years comes from the Bush, Kempner, and Travis feeder patterns. The Hightower feeder is similar in the number of student losses, so this feeder pattern was also included to receive support. And additional schools outside these feeder patterns could be added based on need if the data changes accordingly. To go into a little more detail as to what recruitment and retention entails, I'll first define what recruitment and retention is. So recruitment focuses on students that have left the district and or are considering to leave the district based on data projections. Retention focuses on retaining students already in our system and based on campuses and feeder patterns for anticipated transfers. So the recruitment efforts include Fort Bend Communications Department creating a flyer that was used and distributed by KISA. KISA canvasses various neighborhoods, daycares, private schools, YMCAs, and charters to recruit students. They also call families using a district-provided withdrawal contact list. Our communications department has also created a webpage, Choose FBISD. Parents can access the website to learn more about schools, programs, innovative programming that the district has to offer. And it also provides a link for parents to click that leads them directly to new student registration. And again, recruitment is targeted at students who have left Fort Bend and are at charter schools. Retention efforts include KISA canvassing schools in Fort Bend and surveying families. And retention efforts are targeted at students currently enrolled in the transition grades, which is in mostly pre-kindergarten and kindergarten, and then fifth grade, because students will be transitioning to a new school as a sixth grader in middle school, and then eighth grade, because again, students will be transitioning to a new school, high school. Please also note that no schools have been removed from last year's list, and we have refocused our efforts to target the schools first by feeder pattern and then by strategic benefit to ensure effectiveness. This slide shows the targeted response by district and campus staff to recruit lost enrollment back to Fort Bend ISD. The left column shows whether the strategy is led by district or campus staff, as indicated by a D or a C. And then the grade bands in the center column that are focused on, and then lastly on the right, who is leading the support effort. So you'll notice there are multiple employee groups and multiple departments, and this is a coordinated effort to really help recruit our students back. At a high level regarding future planning, we will share some of the next steps. This would include an update to the facilities master plan, community planning, and future work with our School Boundary Oversight Committee, also known as the SBOC. Again, more in-depth information will be shared later this spring on all three of these key topics. So for the facilities master plan, these are for campuses discussed that this upcoming school year are projecting overutilization. This slide shows the current state of additional facilities and long-term relief. So for Lakeville Elementary, that campus is being rebuilt. It reopens January of next school year. And students will be relocating to Barrington Place for the fall semester from Sugar Mill to Barrington Place Elementary. That provides them to all be grouped together with their teachers. So mid-year, when they transition back to Lakeview, all of those students would stay together as a class with the teacher they've had that fall. And the reason we're transitioning to Barrington Place is there's just more room at Barrington Place to be able to accommodate that. Madden Elementary, 10 classroom addition completed this fall. The Meadows rebuild it will be completed this spring, and currently projected for a March 29th move-in pending certificate of occupancy. Then for Neo Elementary, they completed a 12 classroom addition. Elementary School 52 is funded through Bond 2018. Design is complete, relieves Palmer and Parks. Elementary School 53, completion fall 23 with a move-in of January 23. And again, that relieves Sullivan and Commonwealth Elementary. Elementary School 54 is not funded, but the site is purchased. That's scheduled to relieve Heritage Rose and Leonetti. Elementary School 55 is not funded, scheduled to relieve Siena Crossing. And High School 12 is funded, scheduled to open fall of 22 to relieve Ridge Point and possibly other high schools. So again, for future planning, boundaries for the Willow Ridge Feeder Elementary Schools to allow for full expansion of the Early Literacy Center, boundaries for Elementary School 53 to relieve Commonwealth and Sullivan, boundaries for High School 12 to relieve Ridge Point High School and possibly other high schools, and then a comprehensive study of all high school boundaries to provide relief of overutilized schools and efficient use of underutilized schools. And we'd like to give the board full consideration to a broad rezoning of high schools and how extensive to help guide our work with the SBOC. In addition, this discussion can include thoughts on addressing underutilized and aging facilities and what next step directions the board would like to provide staff. This will be timely as we consider what our next bond may entail. Also, for future planning, continue planning and implementation of new programming in the Marshall and Willow Ridge feeder patterns, and continue the board discussion and planning related to development of a comprehensive plan for instructional programming to address equity, instructional outcomes, and building utilization. This slide summarizes our anticipated work with the School Boundary Oversight Committee this year. So per policy, we share with the SBOC the annual enrollment review, the demographic update, the update to the facilities master plan, and 10-year student enrollment projections. And we're recommending this fall to begin work for attendance boundary planning for, again, the ELC full expansion in the Willow Ridge feeder pattern, Elementary School 53, again, that would address Commonwealth and Sullivan, and High School 12. And these boundary changes would take effect in the 22-23 school year. At this point, we would love to entertain questions from the board.
Thank you so much for your presentation, a lot of information. I'm going to, let's see, who you want to start with first? I'm going to start online first. Does either Mr. Rosenthal or Ms. Williams have any questions?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Dr. I. I have to say this. It seems really counterintuitive that with social distancing, in some of the schools, the utilization decreases. I do think that I saw trends there where the older schools that maybe don't have a lot of these pull-out spaces, that was actually the opposite. The utilization actually increased, which makes more sense when you're limiting space or you're actually adding space around each student to 6 feet. I would think you'd run out of, most people I think would think you would run out of space much quicker. And so I'm puzzled by some of the numbers that I saw. The other thing is, I'm glad that you mentioned potential 3-foot, because I hope that's what we end up doing in the fall. And that's actually a discussion, if you remember from last June, that I brought up from the American Association of Pediatrics, who was actually recommending last June that 3 feet is probably fine, because it was more important to have kids in seats in schools to actually learn. So I don't know if you wanted to comment on that. And the other thing is I think that new middle school was missing from your slides, but Charles had brought that up in the previous session. So that was, I think that's important to also mention that there's going to need to be some boundaries around middle schools down there too, in the upcoming planning session. So anyway, those are just kind of my comments, observations. So thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Rosenthal. Thank you for pointing that out. It does seem counterintuitive, like you mentioned, that under the social distancing utilization, you would expect with more space needed per child, that in some cases, the utilization would actually decrease. And as we were working through this late last fall and very early in the spring semester, I had to wrap my mind around that a few times as well. So the way I would try and explain that is, you're right, depending on the school floor plan and the blueprint, some campuses have more pull-out spaces than others. And so the social distancing utilization is not the ideal scenario. It's basically working with campus administration, what other spaces not being used for instruction are available on campus to still be used to teach kids. And so in campuses where they have more of an abundance of these additional spaces, and that outpaces the footage needed to socially distance students, that's when the utilization would go down. I'm not sure if that clarifies it easier for you.
Obviously, you can see that, and it seems like that's more in our newer schools that we've built, because we plan for all those pull-out spaces where a lot of the existing schools and the older schools don't have that. So I did see that, and I get it. It just seems kind of odd that there's that much space there that we could pull that off. And of course, those spaces are there for a reason, and that is to allow teachers to use those spaces in accordance with different types of instruction and things like that. So, obviously, when you're putting kids in there on an everyday basis, you can't use those spaces for the way they were originally intended and designed. So,
Mr. Rosenthal, I appreciate your bringing that up, because this is one of the ongoing conversations we're having, because as you pointed out, all our newer schools, the last 6 or 7 we've built, we've added square footage to the elementary for those spaces intentionally at the board's direction. And so the fine line we're walking here is if we're using that space now, and we're really working to get within compliance with the CDC's guidance. We're given that very strict consideration, the 3 feet for next year. But the other thing is we don't want to just say use every space for every kid just because it's there. We want to use those spaces only when it's necessary, because we do want to honor the integrity of why those spaces were built in the first place where possible. So we don't want to just take them over, because there's a high risk at some point they'll just become common classroom spaces if we're not very careful. And we were very purposeful in why we added them, and we're asking principals to honor the integrity of why they were added in the first place.
Okay, appreciate that.
You're welcome. And Mr. Rosenthal, in regards to the 3 feet, yes, CDC came out with that late last week. And in working with our Chief Operations Officer, 3 feet, kind of nose to nose, and students in rows, that's very similar to our functional capacity, basically how we were using classrooms before the pandemic. So that helps us to continue to evolve our thinking as we plan to support campuses for next year, what that may look like.
Okay. All right, thank you all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Ms. Williams, do you have any questions?
Yes, the first question is, I am needing him to expound on the boundaries for Willow Ridge feeder for the elementary schools to allow for the expansion of the ELC. Can you expound on that? What does that mean?
So the Early Literacy Center is long-term. Full expansion would support all students in the Willow Ridge feeder, grades pre-K through 1. And to be able to allow that full expansion to occur in the space they need, the students currently grades 2 through 5 zoned to Willow Ridge would need to be rezoned to a different elementary school, be that Blue Ridge, Briargate, or Ridgegate. And so that's the need for the boundary planning to occur. Again, working with the board and the SBOC this fall is so we could have full expansion of the ELC.
Okay, so with that being said, have the parents in the community been asked about if they are wanting this program, or have we had any community input?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates?
We had a number of community meetings when the ELC was brought on board a few years ago. So we have engaged with the community around the ELC. Okay,
and did a board vote take place for us to repurpose the schools?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by repurpose the school.
If we're going to, hypothetically, if we're going to need somewhere to place the 2 to 5th grade students in Blue Ridge or some other school, wouldn't we have to repurpose those schools?
So,
or what would that be considered?
So, Ms. Williams, Ms. Williams, I think the question around zoning and whatnot will be done in the fall. Dr. Dupree, is that what the thought there?
Yes, the actual zoning would come to the board in the fall.
Right. So today's conversation is really just what the possible plans are that has to be brought to the board for action, and in the fall when we do the
right. Okay, understood. So that's the answer to my question. We haven't even gotten that for board vote.
Exactly.
Okay, the next question would be as it relates to the middle school. I don't see anywhere where it's stated that the middle school would be built for the high tower feeder pattern. Where can I locate that information?
We can find that for you and send that to you, Ms. Williams.
Okay, you can find that for me. I mean, I'm asking because it's not in the
It's actually-
information you presented.
Excuse me, Ms. Williams. Yes, it's actually online. The board previously approved a facilities master plan, I believe. I don't remember the year of the last update. It probably would have been 2018 or maybe an update in 19. But that document is online publicly for the community. And we'd be happy to provide a copy, but it is online as well under the bond and under facilities planning. And it talks about the need for that middle school in the high tower feeder pattern.
Right, but I'm confused because it's not here.
Yes, you're right.
Because it's not here in the future planning. So if it's not here, while we're discussing this, I'm wondering why was it omitted? Is there a particular reason?
I think it was an oversight. That's what Mr. Rosenthal also pointed out, is it's not on that table in the spreadsheet. So I think it was an oversight when they were preparing that spreadsheet.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Williams. Ms. Hannon.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Helliger. Thank you, Dr. Indelicato, and thank you also for the tutorial earlier today to help me understand the utilization numbers, how they were decreasing. So, Mr. Rosenthal, you weren't alone with a little bit of confusion on those charts. I did hear you say, Dr. Indelicato, that some recommendations for what the learning models will be in an upcoming board meeting. And you also said that the assumption would be students are returning face-to-face. Just for parents that are watching or, sort of sitting on the edge of their seats, do you know when that might be? When will that occur?
I'll speak to that. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. It'll be next Monday, the 29th.
Okay, next Monday, the 29th.
Yes, ma'am. We're
Okay.
going to give a planning and budget update.
Okay, great, and we'll make sure we put the word out there.
Oh, yes.
So parents know. Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Then the other question I had was about the students that we're looking for that are at charters right now. And so I heard canvassing neighborhoods, CASA, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, making calls, something on our website, and even Dr. Dupree kind of described earlier about catching kids young when they're in the early grades through our early learning centers. And I like that strategy. To me, that seems like a strategy that we're really trying to own and we're trying to keep rather than to go capture. Is there anything in the works or something other districts are doing that's more of the keep them, like keep them when they're young, but how can we keep them in those secondary schools before we lose them? I don't know if this is just a question of me talking out loud to say, but they're they feel like two very different strategies, sort of an external, let's go get them, let's go get them versus let's keep them. And I find the let's keep them, the more powerful of the two strategies. So I'm just, I guess I'm just putting it out there as maybe.
Well, I'd speak to that if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
On slide 29, when Anthony talked about continued board discussion and planning related to development of a comprehensive plan, I'm not going to read that whole thing, but the 2018 facilities master plan update did include, the board asked us to put plans in place to expand programming in student enrichment all around equity, instructional outcomes, and building utilization. So you see building utilization is last on that list because student outcomes is top priority and as well as equity in our schools. Since that time, that was in the Willow Ridge and Marshall feeder pattern specifically, and we rolled out some new programs. There's still work to do. There's more to do. But the recommendation that's going to come forth, and this is I don't want to get too far in the weeds on this, but we want to extend this type of thinking, and we're going to ask the board at some point in this fall to really have the conversation about what does education look like in Fort Bend ISD today. We've built a really robust foundation. As you can see from all tonight's reports, we've planned well. We have good building. We've planned for the building. We've academically built a strong foundation with our curriculum. Instructional practices are sound. But this district is in its life cycle at this point where you're hearing tonight. We're built out. And we need to now look at some of the best practices like you've mentioned in every school across the district. Because often the concern is that we're losing kids to charters in the east side of the district. But when you looked at that slide, you see it's Austin, Bush, Kempner, even more so. So that's why we've got to start looking at expanding ELCs, EIA, Early Intervention Academy, the early literacy programming, but also all grade level. But that's where the board is going to have to really provide that solid direction. And I think that, it's my recommendation to the Madam President that at some point this summer or fall, the board really have that conversation to chart the next part of this journey for the district, which really digs right into where you're at.
Yes, thank you, and I look forward to being part of that conversation, because I know there's not a mom and a dad out there that don't want their kid at the best place for their children. And I know, many parents, if they had their druthers, they want them here, but they're looking for something to help meet the needs of their children. So thank you for sharing that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mrs. James?
Thank you, Ms. Holliger, and thank you, Dr. I, for the presentation. So I'm going to pick up first on a couple of things that the rest of the other trustees brought up. One is, Ms. Hannon, your concept of the motivation to put our energy into keeping our students in creative programming, innovative programming for keeping our students in the district, rather than spending a lot of energy on recruiting them back. And one of the notes that I made was, while I'm fine with the partnership that we have with the CASA or CASA organization, I'm just, that's not our area of expertise. Our area, we should be doing superior teaching and learning that causes people in our area to want to come to our schools. And that's some of the things that you brought up, Dr. Dupree, about the innovative programming. We've talked on this board before about project-based learning. We've talked about middle school academies. We've talked about elementary school academies. We've talked about all, a plethora of ideas. We started on the early literacy centers, and I think that's a great place to start. We've also talked on this board about partnerships with preschools in our area and integrating the Fort Bend ISD curriculum into the preschools, into the smaller preschools that are operating in our area. And in my reading this week, I made a note about that. What's the status of that? So I want to put an exclamation point on what Ms. Hannon was saying and what Dr. Dupree was saying, because that's absolutely, I think, the direction we should go. And we should spend our energy doing that, doing what we do well. Let's attract those students. Let's be the innovators in our community, and let's draw the students back in because of the excellent and innovative programs that we've developed. So that's my speech about that. I also want to say to Mr. Rosenthal, thank you for bringing up the 3 feet and the question about how are we using our spaces. And it sounds like we all had the same questions about, okay, I can't get my mind around how our space available can grow. When I heard your explanation, I think I understand it better in terms of our social distancing and using our pull-out spaces and such for classroom capacity. But I want to put an exclamation point on what Dr. Dupree said, that let's not fall into that habit. I know that, we've got, since I've been on this board, we've Closets have been turned into classrooms. Closets have been, returned to be closets again so that they weren't classrooms because they weren't appropriate for classrooms, and so forth and so on. We've designed our buildings in a way to have a particular educational purpose and style, and I don't want to lose that. So I just want to emphasize that. And I suspect these numbers will have to be redone now that we're talking about the 3-foot distancing. So, and let me ask a question. I'm sure this is in the CDC guidelines, but there's probably an age limit on that 3 foot. Is that maybe up to 16 years old? Or, I don't know, but I think there may be, it may not apply to all of our students. It may not apply to the older kids, although hopefully some of them are getting vaccinated because the 16 and older should be able to be vaccinated. So, okay. I didn't hear any mention about, well, let me ask, I have a clarification on a couple of the slides. Let me ask that first, and then maybe then I'll have a couple of other questions. My clarification is on, well, I don't really know what number it is. Maybe it's 14. It says overutilization northwest area. It's got Travis High School on it. And so my question is, on the PASA presentation that we heard a little bit ago, Travis High School, I think, was listed in PASA's numbers as being at 107%. And I also noticed that Oakland Elementary School was listed as being in the red, and I didn't write down the number for that, but I noticed it wasn't listed here. Am I missing a connection between these the numbers and I'm trying to connect it back to the PASA report.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. James. I believe what you're seeing is PASA's recommendations focus only on the permanent capacity in terms of the utilization, whereas ours include also the temporary capacity, the temporary buildings on the campus. So that's typically when our numbers are going to be lower than PASA, because we have the inside knowledge as to where the temporary buildings are and how they're being used for kids, whereas that can shift a lot and PASA would not know that. So that would hopefully explains that difference.
Okay, so what you're saying is even though Oakland Elementary was in the red on the PASA report, there are enough temporary buildings there that the utilization is under 100%.
That is correct.
Okay, and so that would be the similar in the difference in the numbers for Travis High School as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are we considering moving the academy programs that are at Travis now, or are we thinking that they're going to stay there for next year? I don't see any recommendation about program movement, so we're not planning to move any programs at this point, or what's our status of that?
There are no plans to move programs for this upcoming school year, but when it comes to having that deeper discussion around high school boundaries and any other recommendations as to how broad we want to go, that is something that could be entertained.
Okay. Well, since you brought up high school boundaries, I'll give you my 2 bits on that because I think you asked for it. So I guess my 2 bits on that are, I think it's really important that we make sure we consider, and Ms. Williams brought it up too because she brought up about a new middle school. We need to plan holistically when we think about where's this middle school going to be, and I know we have some land options over in that area, but I'm a really firm believer in maintaining the neighborhood concept, the feeder and the feeder pattern concept, especially in the short term. In the longer term, we've done virtual, we can maybe expand our thinking in that area, but when we're working on these boundaries, I guess, I kind of want to make sure that we keep our feeder patterns aligned. And then the other thing that I would say about it is we got hung up a little bit last time in some artificial boundaries, certain highways and other things like that. And I really don't believe that that's a good path forward. I think we need to think a little more broadly and not have artificial boundaries like Highway 6 deciding where our high school boundaries should be. That's my 2 bits on that. Let's see if I have anything else. Page 11, let's see what was on that page. On that was, it's like 3 sets of numbers. I think we covered it all. Let me see if there's one other thing on here. On the one question on the lost enrollment page, which is slide 25, I think. Are we talking about are we talking about this same group of students that we were talking about last month? Those who we can't find, if you will, or is this something else? Is this a more holistic look? What is this?
No, it's the same group of students.
Okay.
And what we're finding is that the 75% that PASA is projecting will return next year, we're starting to see that some of that enrollment is happening now, especially at those younger elementary grade levels. It could be due to CDC recommendation, vaccinations are out, family dynamics change, hearing the strong protocols we have in place in Fort Bend and mitigating spread. It could be a number of things that ultimately it appears that we're having more elementary enrollment occur now, which is probably just an earlier start to that 75% that PASA talked about for next fall. May already be kicking in now this spring.
Okay, and I think I kind of, thank you for that, Dr. Indelicato. I think I kind of came to that conclusion after poring over these numbers and initially thinking, I don't know, first having really high hopes in terms of numbers and recruiting, and then realized, okay, well, maybe we've been gradually stepping into that 75% number all along, and I think that's what you're saying. So when do we start our more formal enrollment for next year? Kindergarten enrollment normally happens in the fall, in the spring for the following fall. When will we be working on doing enrollment or recruiting enrollment?
Dr. Rodriguez, I think, would probably have the best answer.
Yeah, so that's in April and May is annually when we begin to start having that recruitment effort.
Okay, and that's for kindergartners, and I imagine this year it'll be kinder and first grade, because we'll potentially have some that never started, as evidenced by the PASA report. And then for the other grades, it goes on through the summer, or?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right, well, we'll be able to follow those numbers. We can have like a little ticker maybe on our website. watch them roll back in. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Dr. Gilliam, please.
And good evening again. I'm going to tag on to Ms. Hannon. I believe we had the same notes. I don't know if she was cheating all the way down here. Okay, student, and there are a lot of questions that have already been answered, so I'm not going to go there. Okay, student retention and recruitment. All right, when we're looking at the recruitment, the students that have left, are we looking to see why they left? Are we asking students, why are the students leaving? What can we do in order to make the students stay? And I'm going to tell a little story. And again, you all know I write words down, so hopefully these are nice words tonight. Belonging and care. How does that school make our students feel? So I'm going to go back. I lived in Ridgemont back in the day. My children are graduated, and both of them came through Fort Bend schools. But to start, my daughter Chelsea did not come to a Fort Bend school because we were zoned to Ridgemont. And at the time, if there was a pre-K literacy, if there was a literacy center there, when we were living there, she would have gone there. But when pre-K through 1, when she was through with first grade, I would want to know where is she going for second grade. I want to know what all of the people in the neighborhood say about that school. And if they're not saying good things about the school, you can send me a flyer, you can send me voicemails or text messages, you can tell me to go to the webpage, and you can tell me to click the link. None of that is going to make me want to come. What's going to make me want to come is that I know that it's a really neat place and a safe place for my baby that I love so very much. And the second part of that, so I'll go with Drew. At 5th grade, he didn't go because I was in the district. He was supposed to go to, I can't remember where he was. I think by that time, I was still in Ridgemont. So he didn't go there. So I had to change the schools. I won't say the other school, but he settled at Settler's Way. And he was at Settler's Way because the principal, I knew her, and she said, I'm going to take care of him. And then from there, he needed some help from 5th grade to 6th grade. And by that time, he went to Baines. And it still wasn't zoned in my neighborhood. And I knew that he was going to be okay there because I knew the principal there. And I knew he was going to be all right. The difference was from 5th grade to 6th grade, I really wanted some type of bridge to assist and help him going to middle school. We don't have that. Not a summer school, a bridge, something that I can keep him because he was low in reading and he needed some help in writing. So if there was a bridge for him from 1st to 2nd, because when I think about the pre-K through 1st, okay, so what happens in 2nd? Are we making sure that the parents who when we're going to send when the children are going to go to the next place, do they believe in what's going on there? So to me, the campaign is to believe. And so I'm going to go, I always said that I asked the Lord if I could say it, and he gave it to me again, so I'm going to say it. Okay, so I remember when I first got to Bush High School, Keith Kilgore, I went to the first football game. And coming from Willow Ridge as a teacher, it was, football games were it. I was cheer sponsor. We were going to get out there, we're going to do this, and that's how it is. So he came to me that first game, and he said, Shirley, this is the lowest, the lowest crowd size in all of the high schools for a football game. There's no spirit at Bush. And so, and that hit me because I felt that he gave me a challenge. So then there was, what we did, it was like, well, I need to get everyone a t-shirt because my kids were not purchasing t-shirts. So I'm gonna get everyone a t-shirt. Okay, we're gonna have 9th, 10th, 11th. We did all of that. So we did this big campaign in order to so students could be proud. So it was Go Broncos, and we did this and we did that, and if you got to the game, you were getting things and whatever. And I want to say it was about 3 years later, and it was at homecoming, and we oranged out. And Keith came up to me, Coach Kilgore came up, and he said, this is wonderful. He goes, but I never intended orange to be one of the colors. I would have never picked this color, because I think that was some challenger or whatever when he was in college. I can't even remember the college he went to. But it was all about the difference that was going on. And it wasn't just, it was the staff. It was going after it and making it happen. So, I won't still keep going down that road, but it's an advertising campaign. We have to go out and we have to, recruitment, we have to go get them. Okay, so I'm going to turn to the other page. Locating lost enrollment. When it's, okay, campus needs to pull, okay, so the Ds are district. So I have 4 Ds, district's going to do 4 things. We don't know the district people. And as a parent, I'm like, okay, who is this calling me? I know the campus folks. So I know who the counselor is. I know who, so again, does it work? I've seen it work. It works for me as a parent. It works for me. I'll go, well, this is where the assignment is. Go and click this and click that. And I live on a computer pretty much every day working. But boy, did it make a difference when a teacher just picked up the phone and said, could you make sure that Drew studies tonight? And I would stop everything that I did to do that, because I knew that she was counting on me and she called me out as a parent. And I shouldn't necessarily say call me out. That's what I wanted. And I think that if we look at it a little bit differently, and I know it's hard because there's just so many people out there, and there's few of us, but let's talk to the students. See what is it what will make people come back? How are we going to retain our students? Because many times we see the new building over there, and that was scary. When I saw KIPP there, I was like, oh my God, because it's pretty and it's new and there's a big KIPP, and I'm like, okay, so what are we going to do to make sure that they're going to still go down the street and we're not going to lose them? Because what happens is when we have an issue, we will immediately, and it's not resolved in the way that the parent wants it to be resolved. That's one conversation the parent is having with we don't know how many. And we don't get that opportunity to make it better. So, and I know that we're doing a lot of things, so I'm going to cut that there because I could stay on that horse for a while. But going from 5th to 6th, I think that if you're leaving, and at 5th grade, that's when I thought, okay, where are my babies going to go? And then when it got to high school, where are they going to go? So, because I could pick. And most parents can pick, believe it or not. They're going to choose because now they have a charter to choose. Oh, well, it's not going to be here, so I'm going to go over here. So what can we do to attract them and bring them back in? And then even with the 6th through 8th, when we're looking especially at our schools that are underutilized, from 8th going into the 9th grade, if we keep them that summer and give them something to where, okay, we're going to help you in reading. We're not telling you you're going to summer school, but this is what we're going to do. There are grants out there that we can use, that we can do different things for children so we can keep children here. And I truly believe in the education here in Fort Bend ISD. As I said, both of my children, Chelsea started at another place, but they were here. They were educated right here in Fort Bend ISD. And so I know it's great stuff. We just have to be, and I'm not saying the other schools are not great. I'll share with Willow Ridge. I wanted Chelsea at Willow Ridge with everything in me. Ron Thornton, she was going to be first chair. Ron called me and said, she went to Hightower. And she went because of the AP classes and the teachers that were there that she heard of in the community. So I think it's just the publicity and how we address and how we encourage our people to come back to us. And and of course, if they love you, I spoke with the principal at Willow Ridge, Mr., I don't want to call him, Hayden, okay, Hayden, Mr. Hayden. And he's got a lot of good things going on, and I'm like, oh my God, we have to really get that out, that what you're doing and texting and doing things with parents. So let me stop because it's time for us to go. And then the next thing on page 29. And this is, I'm not going to put anyone on the spot, but with future planning, continue planning and implementation of new programming in Marshall and Willow Ridge feeder patterns. Continue board discussion and planning related. And I'm glad that we're continuing. Can we finally come up with we've been planning and implementing a long time. And maybe we can start talking again. And I know we're talking to principals and pulling and finding out if we can do some type of research. And the pre-K 1 research is out there. When and are we starting at year 3, age 3 with pre-K or age 4? Is it age 3?
We have both.
Okay. That in itself is going to make a huge difference. It's research-based. So what does research say that we need to do when we're looking at these two schools that we continue planning? So, and again, I know everyone is working hard to make it better. But I think we need to start listening maybe to the students to find out what it is that they think is great about the school and what needs to be improved. So thanks.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gilliam. So before we move on, I think a lot of you all have already asked a lot of my questions. I do agree with Dr. Gilliard, Dr. Dupree. We've talked about this. This board has talked about this several times around the strategy around communication, because it pains me when people tell me that there's all this bad stuff going on in our schools, especially in our East Side schools. And we've talked about how we communicate more to the community about some of the great things that has happened in the community, have happened at those schools. So, I mean, that just, what Dr. Gilliam said just kind of also co-signs some of the already conversations that we've had in this boardroom. And myself, just like you, Dr. Gilliam, when my son had some issues, I ended up taking him to Missouri City Middle School. And people ask me, why would you do that, right? And when you have, some other schools, and I said, well, Missouri City Middle School was the school that he needed. And at the time, but the principal and the teachers and the assistant principals there, they supported him. And so when we look at the programs for our kids, it's really what do our kids really need, right? So we can put one program. I know there's, when we talk about program equity is not necessarily the exact same thing at the exact same place, right? Program equity is understanding the needs of those students, understanding the needs of that community, understanding the needs of their schools, and putting the right programs into that school. So I'm looking forward to the conversations that we're going to have around the extended programs, or what you all come up with that, so that we can have a very authentic conversation in this boardroom around that. Okay. All right. Thank you all. At this time, we will now convene a closed session under Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections: Section 55107, for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Sections 551074, personnel matters. Section 551076, security matters. Section 551082, student discipline matter or complaint, or Section 551081, personally identifiable information about public school student. The time is now 8:31, and we are now convened in closed session. Yes. And we are now in open session. We do not have anything to consider from action from our closed section items. At this time, we have 6A1, Board Governance Review Revisions to Local Board Policies. Ms. James, do you have any comments on these items that you would like the board members to know about?
Yes, Ms. Helga, thank you very much. So the first three of these policies are ones that went through the policy committee. The fourth one was has gone straight to the board, and the policy committee did not review. The CK local is good to go. It's got a couple of typos in it, which I talked to Dr. Indelicato about today, and he's going to fix that up for us for next week. Right, Dr. I?
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. And then on the next one is EHDE, and well, let me go back to CK. The purpose here is really part of the safety program that's with risk management, and Mr. Gwen worked with the committee on this quite a bit, and we really just, the point here is valuing the people that learn and work in the district and just managing our risk and managing our resources. So that's what that one is all about. The next policy is one that we've worked on for the committee's worked on for several months, and this has to do with alternative methods for earning credit, and particularly around distance learning. We incorporated in this policy a number of things that we've been forced to do in the last year, having to do with virtual learning. And we've expanded our vision of opportunity to keep those things that we've been doing that have been successful and continuing them into the future. With the underlying concept of being sure that we have equity in access to the curriculum and equity, basically an opportunity for all of our students across the district. And that has to do with courses that are offered on their campus or not on their campus and in the virtual environment through the state. So that's what we mostly captured in that policy. We left the limitation at 2 high school credits, and because we discussed about the issue of class rank and accelerating or giving advantage to students who take a lot of extra credits and so forth. And the policy committee that we decided that we'd rather address, we'll leave it right now at the 2 credits and then address the class rank issue in EIC in the future to sort of put a cap on that about how many credits can be earned and things like that, so that we still want students to be able to access a lot of different opportunity, but we don't want to get the GPA game going again out of control before we can revise that policy. And then there's as I said, an underlying theme was equity. And one of the bullets that I talked to Dr. Indelicato about today is the third bullet on that list, talking about procedures that we're going to address student eligibility for financial assistance or scholarship. And I gave him some suggested language, but maybe I'll just throw out another idea. One is that potentially in that phrase, we could use the term financial hardship. I think it's one that Mrs. Martinez used in the conversation that we had in the committee meeting, and potentially that would make it clear that we're talking about scholarship in the case of financial hardship. And then the second thing was potentially adding a bullet that might say opportunity for equity in access to distance learning. I'm throwing that phrasing out there. It could be an overarching concept with relation to the financial hardship, but it could, maybe it could be its own standalone bullet. So I'm putting that out there as a suggestion, and just, again, underscoring the concept that we want equitable access, so that a student, when we look at the data of who's accessing these courses, it's people and students that can afford to pay for them. And so that's not allowing equitable access. It's limiting some students from potentially expanding their horizons in these areas with these virtual classes. So that's kind of the thought behind it, and I just want to make sure it gets captured going forward. And I believe that is the end of my comments on that policy. The third one is FFA. This is one that was developed through the SHAC, and then came to us, to the policy committee with a couple of changes, and we were successfully able to incorporate the changes that the board requested in the policy that's here. And I have no changes or additions or corrections to it. And that concludes my comments. Thank you, Ms. Helliger.
Thank you. And so you mentioned that FB local equal education opportunity did not come through the policy committee?
That's correct. FB local did not come to the policy committee.
Can we get a reason why it didn't come through the policy committee?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the question. Could you repeat?
Policy FB local.
Yeah, could you tell us why FB local equal education opportunity did not come through the policy committee?
Yes, when we have policies that require some minor revisions to stay in compliance with the law, we call them scalable systems, and they come straight to the board, so it enables the policy committee to remain focused on the more heavy lifting policies that are either board priority or require much more just oversight and involvement. And so for the case of FB, it really has very, very minor word changes. Instead of designates a Title IX coordinator, it says designates and authorizes. And so, again, it's just very minor changes that just to keep us in compliance as a district.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions on those at this time? All right, I'm going to go on to
Ms. Helliger, I just have a clarification. Can I share? On, thank you, Ms. James. Just in case we have some audience that are still awake and watching, I just wanted to be clear because taking online classes is important to a lot of our kids. But I just wanted to clarify that the maximum of 2 high school credits, it's only about original credits out of district. And Ms. James, you just didn't mention that, and I just didn't want anybody to think we were limiting that. So that didn't apply, the 2 didn't apply, and, you know, Ms. Saavedra or Dr. Rodriguez, correct me. So OLAB, it would not affect OLAB courses or any of the courses through the Texas VSN, like if a course is offered in Spring Branch or A-Leaf and they're part of that network. So the 2 limit is only for something like Texas Tech or UT. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification. We're going to go on to 6B1, review waiver for kindergarten through 8th grade hybrid instruction during district scheduling testing days. Yeah, Ms. Hannah?
Well, I do want a bit of clarification to make sure I'm understanding what it is, and I saw that there were some things highlighted, but I'm wanting us to, I guess I want to know how are we going to try to limit asynchronous learning for our youngest students, well, actually for any of our students, and really trying to continue engagement and not, you know, not turn to asynchronous instruction because we're doing STAR for the testing grades.
Well, I'll let Ms. Martinez elaborate. I did want to point out in terms of the agenda item that there's 10 allowable days, but the waiver that we're requesting we're only requesting 5. And so that's our first set of limitations to the campuses to really create their assessment schedule so that we significantly limit the number of waiver days that we may have to use for asynchronous learning. But Ms. Martinez can provide some additional information.
Sure, thank you. So part of the planning process involved a survey to parents to first understand how many students in the online environment are going to come back, and then a collaborative effort between our central office support staff to our principals and to our campus staff who support assessment on campuses to work through those numbers. They're in that process right now to know what is the desire of students to come back in, what does the capacity of the campus look like in terms of space to appropriately social distance and allow the appropriate number of testers to proctors. And what we're hearing is that it's really not a space issue at this point, primarily for our elementary campuses. It's more of a proctoring, and so getting the right people in place. The plans are due next week on the 29th for the April testing round. And at that time, we'll be able to provide some follow-up to let you know how many of the campuses are going to need to access the waiver. We may see campuses that don't need to access it at all, or that don't need to access it for all of the 5 days and might need to use it in a very limited way because they've been able to configure their scheduling and accommodate the online testers coming back. Another piece of that puzzle is the online testing in the face-to-face environment allows for testing to be spread out over several days as opposed to a one-day testing scenario, and so that provides some flexibility in that. And in those plans that the campuses are submitting for review, we've been working with them on those plans because we're looking for 3 things as they submit or as they develop and submit those plans. And we want to make sure that, first of all, they've included all of the testing that's forthcoming so that it's a comprehensive plan and there's some checks and balances so we can best support them and they're not missing something. We're also wanting to make sure that the plan minimizes the amount of asynchronous learning and that we're utilizing the space that's available and utilizing all of the staff members that are available, reaching out to subs that are certified and meet the criteria for proctoring, as well as retired administrators or retired teachers who might come in and serve as they have done years past. And then third, as I said, do we have enough staff to support those students who are non-testing students in the face-to-face environment? And that we're maximizing that before we're going to the asynchronous.
Okay, thank you. And then,
yes, ma'am.
Can I just ask for clarification regarding the paper test versus the online test, and what does that look like on a campus?
Sure, and the campuses have the latitude to schedule students as they have in years past, who of their student body will test in the online environment face-to-face, and those students who will take the paper pencil test. And so they're working on that right now with students and with teachers, feedback certainly from teachers regarding the students to develop the best plans for students and maximizing that opportunity.
And do students get input on that? And I'm thinking of EOC kids, especially. Do they get the choice of paper pencil versus online?
Specifically, I can't answer that. I can defer to Melissa to see what type of choice or provide some follow-up to you all to outline that process and determine exactly how that feedback is gathered and the decisions are made.
Okay. I just think for the emotional well-being of kids, some children aren't going to fare as well maybe online, and maybe the other is true, but we would certainly want them to know well in advance what their testing situation will look like.
Certainly, and it's not a quick decision. We take into account their learning modality and how they best perform, and also the fact that we are moving more towards the online testing, so that's a piece of moving in that direction. So I'll follow up with some information specifically about what that process looks like.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Sure thing.
Ms. James? Thank you, Ms. Helliger. So my question has to do with if we are going to have these asynchronous days, do we have any kind of option for childcare, learning centers for these students? Can we utilize extended day or something? I think it's a hardship on elementary parents to all of a sudden have to take vacation days.
So as we look at the facility, we are able to utilize the space in the extended learning area in some campuses, and we have reached out to and partnered with the extended learning staff to determine if that's possible, and we'll provide follow-up around that. Not knowing, until next week exactly how many students and what that might look like in terms of the facility usage and the need, we can provide follow-up for you.
Okay. The next item is B2, review joint election agreement and contract for electing services of Fort Bend County. I was just looking that up real quick. So I can read it. I want to make sure that everyone takes a look at the list to make sure that that the locations represent the district. Since we only have the Fort Bend ISD is the main election that's in May. There is a Sugar Land election that's happening in two or three of the districts in Sugar Land, so not all the districts in Sugar Land. So I want to make sure that we take a look at that list and ensure that it has good representation and to allow the voters to have good access to vote. If we need to add something to that list, we can do that. I know we have one for Chasewood. I saw that up on there. So I just want to make sure that you all review that list and provide feedback. Dr. Dupree?
I was just going to interject based on your comment, Ms. Helliger. Absolutely, let us know. But I will tell you, I've spent a lot of time myself with Mr. Scamardo, and he's been working with the county significantly to make sure we have good coverage. We're using a number of our schools as well as clubhouses and things like that as well. We've really gone, that's one of the reasons the price tag is a little higher than usual, because the county did recommend maybe pulling back in several cases, but we pressed on and insisted that some of these places remain open just to make sure we've got good coverage throughout the entire school district.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Jim?
Thank you, President Haliger. Dr. Dupree, can we add the First Colony Conference Center? Was that not included?
what are you saying? Is it on? Yes.
As an early voting center?
Ms. I don't have Ms. Hannah is saying it is on there.
So there is a different list for the early voting and election day. So can we pull that up?
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything.
Oh, sorry.
So what is it called? It's not called First Colony?
It's called the JAX Conference Center, and it is on the early voting list on page 54,
Okay.
as well as the other list.
I see it now. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, we work very hard to maintain any of the places that folks are accustomed to voting.
So do we have polling places in all of feeder patterns?
Yes, Ms. James, we do.
Great. That's my main concern.
Yeah, we did look at that specifically and had discussions with the county about that and feel confident that we do.
So I'm going to ask, again, take it back, you all look at it, provide feedback on this specifically, just to make sure that we've, touched all our bases and provide that information to us as soon as possible. Okay, this goes into action next week, okay?
Okay, I got a question. Addie, I was raising my hand. I don't think you see me. I got a quick question for Grail. Grail, you talked about FB Local, and you stated about students receiving a scholarship. Is that for what program? It was FB Local, EIC, something like that.
Oh, sorry, Danetta. The policy that I was talking about was EHDE,
Oh, EHDE, okay.
That's the one where we were talking about financial hardship, scholarship, tuition help for students who needed, who wanted to take a virtual class, but that was going to, there's going to be a cost associated with it.
Okay, now would that virtual class count toward their graduation, or is this something extra?
No, it counts towards their graduation.
Okay, so what I would suggest is you visit Texas Education Code Chapter 11, so we can be able to see that if a student can't afford it, it shouldn't be no cost, so it shouldn't be a scholarship. It just should be free. So they shouldn't have to apply if they get free and reduced lunch. And I'm going to email you that particular section because I'm hearing about, well, we can give them a scholarship. No, it's free because they receive free and reduced lunch.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So we're just asking that information be put in the procedures of this policy. So policy committee wrote the policy and we're just putting a little bullet there to clarify the type of thing you're talking about and making sure the procedures are available so that campuses know and the counselors know how to help the students access financial help.
So I want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly. What Ms. Williams is saying is that it shouldn't be an access to apply. It should be if they are already on the list for free and reduced lunch, then there should be a procedure that says if student is free and reduced lunch, then they get the class for free. So
there's no charge.
There's no charge. So is that a little different than what you have?
It's not different than what we're saying. We're just asking administration to write those procedures and put that in the procedures so it's clear, because sometimes at different campuses there's been different ways of going about it, and we want it to be the same across the board for all the campuses, equitable for everybody in the district to access these courses.
Is there any way we could reference Chapter 11, girl? Because my point is that if it's already the law, why are we having another step when the law is clear that this particular student does not have to pay? Why are we even speaking of a scholarship? No one is giving that student anything. It's already paid for because of that student's socioeconomic status. So the student doesn't need to apply for a scholarship. The school district is not giving him anything.
So at this time, I want to take that back and make sure there's clarification around that, and for you all to look at the procedures. Ms. Hannon?
And I appreciate that Ms. Williams brought this up, and that's why in the policy committee we added the language, because we want equity and access to these courses that some students may not be able to afford. But the other piece that Ms. Martinez had the conversation with us, and that's why Ms. James also mentioned the words financial hardship, because we actually may have students with circumstances that they are not free and reduced lunch. But, you know, we think about this year and so many people have lost their jobs. They're not necessarily eligible this year or some other hardship. So it like Ms. James said, it's giving administration guidance that these are the things that need to be in procedures. But I would love clarification on Chapter 11. If that's the case, that would be, you know, really good to have in procedures. But the thought was we would also need procedures around financial hardships other than free and reduced lunch.
Yeah, so that sounds like two specific items.
Yes.
So,
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Okay.
All right.
I'll send you an email, girl.
I'm going to go on to 6B2. No, we just talked about that. Sorry. 6B3, review purchase exceeding $50,000, specifically for the review purchase of Proclamation 2021 instruction resources. Ms. Hannah, is your hand up? All right. 6C. 1, review Victims of Crime Act grant application for year 3 of the K through 12 Campus Victim Assistance Program.
Ms. Heller, I would just point out that this item is here because we're going to ask the board to consider approval next week, but it is a topic on the agenda for this Wednesday's public hearing on mental health as well, since it's directly related to that.
Okay, thank you. Item 6D1, review funding and executing 6 new technology projects, review approval of related project budgets, and review approval of funding projects using the 2014 bond program contingency. Item 6D2, review water meter easement agreement with Brazoria, Fort Bend County's Municipal Utilities District Number 3 for New High School 12. Item 6D3, review contract with Mobile Modular Management Corporation to lease and or purchase portable classroom buildings for the 2021-2022 school year. Review a job order contract with J.R. Thomas Group for infrastructure setup for portable classroom buildings, and review a design services agreement with Molina Walker Almager Architects. Grill, Ms. James.
Thank you, Ms. Holliger. So my question on this is, I know, some additional portables. My question on this has to do with the funding source. And because this is, I'm concerned that we're using bond contingency funds for this, and I wonder if there's any other options for funding source.
Ms. James, we did look at multiple funding sources for this. The primary source of funding would be the general fund. And given the financial constraints that we're expecting due to the COVID response that we've had, our recommendation would be to use to use non-general funds in order to maintain the flexibility we have in the general fund to address any future expenditures we may have associated with COVID. So that's the basis of the recommendation for utilizing non-general funds this year as opposed to general funds.
Okay, well, thank you for that honesty. I appreciate that. I guess my concern is that we're going to be moving these portables every year, and when our bond funds are financed over a period of time, and I just have a concern that in alignment with the resolution that we have about how we use bond funds, that they're meant to be for capital investment. And I understand sometimes we have to have some administrative costs or some software purchases to, do different things. But I'm just concerned that these are one-off, good for a year, and we're financing this over a period of time. And we may not have another choice, but I just wanted to make that comment publicly so we consider other sources in the future, other funding sources in the future.
Mrs. James, I might interject and just, and Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think your point is well taken first. I want to acknowledge that because we agree especially about the debt funding. But I do want to point out that the contingency is made up of some debt, but it's also made up of interest earnings. That is not financed. So I don't know how much that would be, but on a nearly $1 billion bond, I can guess that the interest earnings that have accumulated is also a substantial amount. So that, I respect your view, absolutely, and we're very mindful of that, but it is made up of interest earnings, which is not, so we're not technically financing everything we would use contingency for.
And I would add to that as well, the way that we structure and finance the bonds too, we also maintain and look at that, the ratio that we have that's required by board policy, and for some reason it just flew out of my mind exactly at the moment I need to say it. But the value of the asset's life, or the useful life of the asset against its the financing component of it. And so at this point, roughly, and we're preparing that as part of the response back to the board that should come to you on this Friday, but we are well below the 120% threshold required as part of that ratio. So as Dr. Dupree mentioned, we are mindful of that. Unfortunately, with the situation we face this year, our recommendation is to use contingency, unlike in prior years.
Okay, well, thank you both for that, and Dr. Dupree, I appreciate your mention about the interest. That does make me feel a little bit better. I just think it's not a practice we should continue going forward if we're going to have these costs year over year. If we're moving contemporaries for a period of time, then maybe it's a different scenario, or when we're installing modular buildings at Barrington Place to use as we do school reconstructions, and they're going to be there for a period of time, then yes, I can see how that works into the capital cost of the new build. But this is more for capacity issues and, shifting and things like that. So I just wanted to bring it up. Thank you for acknowledging, and I'll look forward to the response this week.
All right, thank you. I'll move on to 6D5, review interlocal participation agreement with the Texas Association of School Boards Risk Management Fund. Okay, yes, okay. Now I'm going to go back to 4, I skipped it. All right, 6D4, review interlocal agreement with New Caney ISD School Purchasing Alliance. Okay, 6D6, I'm going to read them all, and then if you all have any questions on any of them, you can ask them at that time. Review purchase exceeding $50,000 specifically for the review of purchase of general grocery and non-food items from New Caney ISD School Purchasing Alliance. Review the purchase of school dude facilities management software and solutions annual support. Review purchase of professional learning consulting services. Review purchase of device sanitation services. Review purchase of school liability, privacy and information security, auto liability, auto physical damage, and violent acts insurance through Texas Association of School Boards Risk Management Fund. And review purchase of 7 TowerPoint cell tower lease buyouts. Any questions on any of those items? Dr. Gilliam, what is your question? I can't hear. 65.
You can't hear me?
No.
Okay, we went from 64, then we went to 66. So let's just make sure we get 65.
I said 65.
Okay, my bad.
At this time, I'm taking any questions for 66, any of the items listed between A through F.
Yes, I'm asking a question on 6B? No, is that not school dude? C, 6C. And is this just, it's about supplemental professional learning consulting services? Is this another situation that you're just notifying us that you're adding an additional vendor? Is that what this is?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And the vendor's name is Culture Innovations?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that attached to any kind of new district initiative? Or is this just a vendor that was being added?
The services that they would provide is executive coaching.
Okay, so this is for administrative staff, principals, and, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hannah, does that conclude your questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Gilliam?
And for the executive coaching, who are we coaching?
Currently, our executive team has been engaging with Culture Innovations, and we're extending the services through the remainder of this year.
And how many employees are actually a part of that coaching?
10 total.
All right, I'm going to move on to item 6D7. 6D7, review use of the 2014 bond program contingency as proposed. Ms. Hannah?
Can I backtrack to the question that I asked before? Is this $7.2 million
Ms. Hannah, could you tell me which item you're referring to?
I'm sorry, I'm backtracking to the question about the purchase of professional learning consulting services. Is that a cumulative number, that 7.2 million? Am I reading that number right?
Either Brian or if you all could, there's a whole list of vendors that are part of that agenda item. It's not only Culture Innovations.
Yeah. So the board took action back in 2017 in the amount of 7.2, and I'll let Brian keep me honest here, $7.2 million. And at that time, there were 21 vendors that the board approved on the list for us to consider whenever we're needing to provide professional learning services, consulting services in the district. And after 2017, there was a need to look at more specialized professional learning consulting services in the district. So 21 additional vendors were added to the list in 2018. And then kind of historically going through what transpired in 2019 is an additional 8 vendors. And you can see there that at that time we needed professional learning services for instructional coach training. The following year, our list needed to expand additional instructional goals for professional learning to include leadership transformation, teaching and learning, STEM curriculum, etc. So we added 7 vendors that year in 2020. And then this year, we're looking to add culture innovation. So the dollar amount has not changed. That dollar amount was set back in 2017 for a 5-year period of time. But we're asking to expand our list to include this particular vendor.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I read this last week, and so my brain was just focused on the 7 million, and I had a little bit of, it's late, so thank you.
No problem. All right, thank you.
I'll just do a question. Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Hannah, we understand it is late, so we can get confused every now and then. All right, at this time, I'm going to take audience response to the agenda items posted for this meeting. I have one audience items from Viral Desai. Are you still on the line? She has since left. Okay. We apologize for the lateness of the hour. Okay. At this time, we have no actions, so I will take a motion from the floor.
Motion to adjourn.
We are now adjourned. Good evening, everyone.